Attention, attention. Spoilers abound. This is a spoiler stream. If you do not want Bonk's adventure spoiled for you, then you have been warned. I will warn you again. I'm going to warn you again about these potential spoilers when we get to the game. As spoilers happen, we're gonna have a whole spectrum of spoilers. Okay, we're gonna have no spoilers, where I just don't say anything. Then we're gonna have minimal spoilers, where I give you the title of the game itself. We're gonna go into light spoilers, which tells you about the synopsis of the story. We're gonna go into medium spoilers, which shows you the first boss. Then we're gonna go into medium high spoilers, which is the second level. All the way up until major spoilers, no going back. I've ruined everything. Okay? That's your warning. The heaven smiles upon you. Welcome. Welcome to this Wednesday, Whopper Wednesday, Hikikomori cool stream. You're in the right place if you came here for Bonk spoilers, a full-on deep dive analysis. I'm going to explain it all to you. Everything's getting explained. Baby birds, you don't have to think for yourself. I'm going to explain it all in today's Bonk's adventure for the TG16. The TG16. Do you know what that means? Spoilers, TurboGrafx 16. Welcome, everyone. My name is Hikiko. You like this? I got a little hair light. You can kind of see it there. It's orange. The blue stays. I keep the blue because it matches the frame that I'm occupying right now. Complementary colors. Do you know about that? Is that a spoiler for art history? Who do we got in this chattel? I've been playing too much of the darkness. Andrew Erickson, what's up? We got Chamuco in here. Diego G. No suitor boyfriend. I am your boyfriend now. You don't need him anymore. Lee's is in here. What's happening, Ikako? Gigi's in here. We got Woe Kant Jr. Hey, Hikiko man. What's up to Darklave 360? Hello, Yushiron. We got Majesty ZX in here. Heads up to anyone with Game Pass. 12 months EA access code from GameStop converts to 4 months. That's a lot of math. I'll have to check that later. We got Escaped Skeleton. Hello, Hinlo, friend. Is that a Twin Peaks reference? All right. We got it all in here. Stonk's Adventure. Yes, I have been adventurous on the Stonks. Things are looking good. I didn't go YOLO on GameStop. I didn't go YOLO on AMC. Okay. I went where people weren't looking. And I dipped in there, and I've made a little bit of money. I'm going to hold. Diamond hands, hold. Hold on to my stonks for at least a year so I don't have to pay capital gains tax. But yeah, things have been going good. I've been learning the stonk market, okay? Animal Crossing got me there. I'll be well on my way to retirement one day. All right. Anyone else? We got Taki Tam Canal. Hello. Caption Panic 98. This ain't your grandpa's Kingdom Hearts. This is Bonk's. That's right. Now, before we get into Bonk's, let me show off the stream snacks for tonight's cool stream, this afternoon's cool stream, depending on where you are. Okay, first thing is, you guys know I'm a boss. I am the boss of this channel. I'm the boss of this gym. Okay? The other club's a few blocks down. Well, we had a discussion on one of the cool streams, recent cool stream, about Mr. Brown coffee. I always have Mr. Brown coffee. And then things got carried away and we started talking about Boss coffee. And that's what I got here. I picked up a Boss coffee. This one's a flash brew. It's wherever they take the coffee at its hottest temperature, fresh brewed, and then they flash freeze it. And then I guess it melts or something. And in it, they have all the magic science on there. The Bill Nye Science guy magic on there. I fucking love science, magic, all on there. It says they brew it to a hot water to extract the boldness of aromatic goodness. They chilled it fast to lock the quality in 3. They realized the rich taste coffee. That is what's on the can. So I believe it. I'll believe anything. Give me a Funko Pop. I'll believe that it's the real deal. I don't need no Figmas. I'm happy with the bobblehead googly eye things. Okay? I'm consumer number 1. Speaking of being consumer number 1, you probably just saw what it was. Guess what else I got today? Been searching all around America for this beverage, okay? They call it the Nectar of the Gods. But this is even higher than that. This is there. I would say Mountain Dew regular is like a demigod nectar. Okay, the real Zeus. Okay, or we can go the real Apollo. The real Zeus juice right here that I found. That's a watermelon Mountain Dew right there. Do you see it? I love the artwork on this. So you got a military watermelon. That is very 90s, like very brash and in your face. You see that? Major Melon. Major Melon. I don't drink a lot of soda anymore. I kind of gave up drinking soda, but I'll treat myself. Today may be the day I treat myself to Major Melon. Watermelon Mountain Dew. Well, I thought they would already get it together and make this. Like, that seems like it would be a natural fit for Mountain Dew. But I'm about to try that. So we got Boss that. And I also have a spot of Earl Grey tea. That's what we got going on. All right, let's read some chat. And then I'm going to get into explaining Bonk for you. I got to explain it to you. You won't be able to understand it on your own unless I explain it. That's pretty cool. Boss Coffee is so good. I lived on those guys in my travels. Traveling the world like a Ronin you are, Dark Glaive. Santi Paris in here. Hey, Bonk's Adventure. I didn't know that you like the turbo graphics. I'm Kanye up in here. Okay? My next stream is going to be Blazing Lasers. I do own a turbo graphics. I got into it like later in life. I didn't have one growing up. A beam katana. Oh my god, how? Yusharon. Major Melon. Water. Looks very tasty. I'm not drinking no water. This is the cool stream. This is Bonk's Adventure. Okay, it was made by From Minisi, Hudson Soft, Atlas was on here, and also Red. Red helped publish this. That was Bonk. You just saw there taking a nap. He looks a lot like, I mean, like similar. It's like if you took Adventure Island and mixed it with Mario Brothers, the plot of Mario Brothers. That's what you get. Maybe a little Joe and Mac in there. But what you're seeing now is this is running on my Xbox Series X as intended by Microsoft to be done, to run a TurboGrafx simulator. I got it running on my my RetroArch app here, retrospection. I've got a CRT filter, which I like the best. It's called Matthias, Mattais, Matthias. I like it because it has that slight aperture, so you kind of got that grill of the CRT TV, and it's got a slight RBG or RGB separation, so it kind of like looks a tad like separated from the color, like ghost streaks. Minimal scan lines there, and it still looks sharp. So that's what we're doing. This is Bonk's Adventure, okay? This is a complete spoiler stream. I need to explain this to people. What we got going on here. So this is Bonk. Bonk is a caveman. You can see here in the character design that his head is rather large, and that was purposeful. That was purposeful detail on the designer's end. The director said, "Hey, I want a character that's primary moveset is bashing people with his large skull." And then he sent it over to the art department. The art department's like, "Okay, what are we going to do? How are we going to make this work?" And what they did is they drew a really big circle and then put it to a small body. Okay? And they handed it back over to the director, and he's like, "That's perfect." And that's how, why does he have this though? Like what, why does he have to attack with his skull? Why not have him be a caveman? So primitive. This is like prehistoric that he has no tools. We're not doing a Major Hudson here, okay? Or Master Higgins. We got to have him attack with his skull. All right. So we got the basics down, right? So what else do we need? We need a prehistoric background. We got 3 volcanoes. You'll notice that they kind of have that strobe effect there on the red. That's lava. Okay? That is lava. Okay, can you follow this so far? Stop me if I'm oh my god, what is this? What is this? This, my friends, is what we call an enemy in video games. They are a hostile threat to your character's well-being, but thankfully you can just let them go off screen. Okay, just let them walk away. Just relax, let them walk on by, and you'll be safe. So that was threat number 1. That would be our equivalent to Super Mario Brothers, the first Goomba. There's another one. What are we gonna do? Well, let's try bonking him. And there you have it. Simplicity in all its forms. This is a minimalist approach to game design here. Here, if you didn't notice by the simple minimal aesthetics all around, you got your trees, you got your sky, you got your ground. Very minimal approach, but look, you got enemies with 2 frames of animation. And then what do we got here? A smiley face. A smiley face, I'll have you know, counts as I don't even know what they're for. I think you collect them and you cash them in at the end. Oh my gosh. All right. Oh, we got another guy. He's got an axe. But the same strategy applies. Only it's 2 bonks here. 2 bonks here. Okay, 2 bonks this time. What I really appreciate about Bonk and its minimal game design is like there's no time limit. Just go in, hop in, explore. Play at your own pace. Okay, this is an inclusive game. Gamers of all skill levels can enjoy Bonk here and not feel the pressure of the time ticking around. That existential sand timer that's always going on in your typical video game. This subverts every video game expectation I hold. Oh no, what are we gonna do? You just bonk life's problems away. Oh, we just did a sky bonk. So Bonk here has another attack. So this is another part of the tutorial. Bonk can jump. Okay, that's typical. That's expected. But if you hit the A button, he will do a 180 from when he's standing, right? A vertical 180, and then boom, crash down upon, like Wario's butt bomb, if you will. Wario stole this from Bonk. Wario stole this from Bonk. All right. What do we got here in the chat here? I'm sorry if I'm going too fast for you guys. You guys aren't following what I'm spitting at you here. And Lee says golf claps. Good, good, good. Santi Pre teacher, this is going to be on the test. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This will be on the test, says Majesty. GG, I'm going to need the lore on those smiley faces ASAP. We'll get there, okay? We got to unpack the text. Unpack it. It's so packed up, we got to unpack the layers of this game. All right. Rather than jumping on enemies, they reward you for being aggressive, which Bloodborne would shamelessly steal decades later. Yes. Man, you got to see that pretty much every game you've ever played is derivative of Bonk. Okay? He eats a carrot. That's only 50. That's only 50 points in life. Only 50 points for eating a carrot in Bonk. What is it trying to tell us about? Well, Bonk here, he may be omnivorous, but his true inner strength comes out later on. You'll see why. Oh, no! Sometimes you can't trust the flyers around you. I'm looking for it. Oh, we got a bell pepper. That's 50 as well. Another Eggman. Got the smiley face. All of this here is perfect. Here we are. This is where the game gets real good, right? So Bonk here ate a piece of meat. So now he's upgraded into Angry Bonk. Angry Bonk has two little strands of hair on each side, signifying that he's an angry man. His brow is furrowed. He has taken the shade of red. Oh, we've got another piece of meat. He's getting even redder. He's got an evil man scar. He's blinking like the Starman from Super Mario Brothers, which honestly I think they ripped off, even though this game came out afterwards. He's got a little black eye there, the darkening under his eye. Comes off as a shade of blue, but he's a bad hombre. You don't want to mess with Bonk. All right, we're on 1-2. Stage 1, sub-level 2. As you can see, we're still in the jungle. Bonk is cooling down. He's back to happy Bonk. All right, he's already digested the meat. I don't know what happened to it afterwards, but it's gone out of his system. He's not as strong. He's back to being friendly. I think he just generates a lot of testosterone. He eats the red meat, becomes high test for a little bit, and then after a while, like, you gotta cool him down with the veggies, a little bit of soy in there, and then it comes back down to friendly old Bonk. Okay. Are you having trouble following this? You got some watermelon. Hey, shout out. That's 100 points. It is tastier. All right, and now we're gonna smash. Oh, I hit the axe. See, they have what they call a hitbox there on the enemies. If you hit them the wrong way, you lose some of your hearts up there. You have 3 hearts. A cat has 7 lives, but Bonk only has 3 hearts. Think about that. Study that. Oh, now we got a big meat. The big meat. You want to see what happens with the big meat? It's like a Starman. You just walk through all life's problems. When you got the big meat, you can just walk through all of life's problems. That's right. Just keep eating the meat. You can just sleepwalk your way through this game for the most part. Watch out. Sometimes our geography changes on a whim, on a dime here. That's lava. The floor is lava. Moving through, moving through. Just in case you didn't know. Oh, so one thing you do need to notice is that when Bonk eats the meat, like Wario, his ground pound takes on more powerful properties, okay? So Bonk here can, like, stun all the enemies and stuff on the screen. It's pretty cool. Pretty awesome. Pretty neat. Pretty chill. Pretty super. Pretty ugly. It's all of those things, if you think about it. Alright, so now we got a slug here with a butthole face. You just smash him. Same strategies apply. Just bonk. Just bonk. Don't overthink it. Okay? That's where a lot of people get their bonk analysis wrong. They overthink things. They start applying and projecting their own context upon the framework of bonk. Okay, they've taken Philosophy 101 at their local community college, and they come in with their hot penis thinking they know it all, right? They start applying subtext where it doesn't belong. The bonk is simple, but it's complex at the same time, okay? But it's not unnecessarily complex. It gets you in one of those traps, okay? A lot of analyzers out of there fall for this easy bonk trap where they start looking for meaning where there is none. But at the same time, there is meaning, so you should be paying attention. Watch out for that uvula. You gotta watch out for that uvula. How many uvulas does this T-Rex have? I mean, Bonk's hitbox is pretty big. Thankfully, the TurboGrafx does have a turbo button. I did not enable it. But if I were playing on a real TurboGrafx, Bonk does have a hover ability where you can hold the jump button and just kind of do a Dixie Kong hover attack. So let me demonstrate here. Like this. But it works better when you have a turbo button. I do not have that. I will have to enable that for the next one. Let's read some chat here. This game is about Jordan B. Peterson. Wash your penis. Eat a high-protein breakfast. Clean your room. So why is the moon black? The moon, the sun, represents light. All eternal light. And the moon represents eternal darkness, the opposite of light, the absence of light. Pay attention. The only way the moon can get light is from the sun. It's it's a whole metaphor for dependence. Pay attention. What's up, Jacko the Lantern? Did I miss too much stuff? Yeah, Delta, you're just right on time. You're right on time to... Get out of here! Get out of here! Alright, here we are. I will say the CRT filter lends a lot of phosphorus glow to Bonk that you wouldn't normally see just typically emulating things, okay? You have to go out of your way to purchase a Sony Trinitron and then RGB mod your system. RGB mod your system and buy retro RGB cables, an OSSC, and a converter. Like, you have to go to Europe. You have to exchange an email with one particular European store, okay? And on this European store, you gotta send 5 emails that take 6 months of correspondence between you and the person for them to finally ship out your RGB cables that are compatible with your very specific display to get a very particular look going on. But here, RetroArch just takes out all the guesswork, and that's why I like it. I don't like a lot of guesswork in my video games. I don't like a lot of guesswork in my plots, quite frankly. I like it all explained to me. I'm a simple man, and I need it all explained to me. Oh shit, I got killed by the uvula there. They don't give you a lot of wiggle room there. You gotta watch Bonk drown. Just slowly descend to his death as the camera slowly pans. Just right there till he reaches his final resting spot. Linger on it for the children. Let them know Bonk ain't coming back. Oh, and then he springs back to life. This is true to life gameplay here in Bonk. Can I attack these uvulas? I can't. What the hell? Going through the birth canal, Bonk destroys all the other competitor sperms. Okay, it is Bonk that will inseminate the egg of life by the end of this. Jeez, man. Like, look at this wiggle room. This is Ninja Turtles level of space here. Oh, God. And there he goes again. And he foams at the mouth. Like, that's such a brutal death animation. You can do your down bonk in here. But yeah, let's just walk by. Oh, got hit. There might be another way that I'm just neglecting to know. Or, like, you can't duck. Bonk can't duck. He can bonk. That's it. He can bonk, he can jump. We'll take that. Alright, ready for the first boss fight? Ready for the first boss fight? Let's read some chat here. Jesus Christ, Cicely's. What are you playing this on? RetroArch? I am, Mohammed. Jack-o'-the-lantern. Weren't there something about Melee players getting TVs from airports? Really? I bet they got some bizarre CRT. I'm sure there's a very particular model of CRT that they purchased, a Trinitron, only exclusive to like airport runways or something. Yeah. The extended death animations Tomb Raider would later shamelessly steal. Yes. All right, here we are. We're headed towards our first boss fight. No, in traditional boss fight fare, there would be a three hit and the boss is done, right? Yeah, you typically just go for the glowing weak spot. And what Bonk here tells us is that it's not always 3 hits, but your enemy, just like in real life, always shows you their weak spot. Their weak spot is always glowing. They let you know. They let you know what hurts them the most. And you just gotta keep attacking it. You gotta keep attacking the glowing weak spot and don't let up until they explode into a seizure-inducing light show there. Gee whiz, thanks. I feel a lot better. And then the friendship can begin. I'm your new friend. Arf, arf, arf. I don't need you as a friend, thanks. All the happy faces. All the happy faces. You collect all the happy faces. Round 1 clear. Begin round 2. Alright, so we're entering in. Okay, so just a warning here. I'm giving you the spectrum of spoiler warnings in case you are not prepared to find out the rest of Bonk's story, but we are entering into a desert-like level right now. We're going to go face off against the second boss, and we're headed towards the main villain. I will not reveal who the main villain is in this very complex video game story until we get there, okay? I don't want to ruin it for you. And I don't want you clicking off this video, so I'm not going to elaborate any further about the plot until you're ready for it, What the actual shit is this game, says Jack-o'-the-Lantern. This is Bonk the Caveman. Watch out. You gotta watch out for the cactus. I don't know if I can show that on stream. That's those cacti there, definitely not PC. They do that. A lot of these early Japanese games kind of have, do they call that Ganguro style? Is that Ganguro style? Where it's kind of like a racist caricature of black people? They did that on a lot of Japanese games, and you just never know when they're going to show up. Most notably, if you guys know the character of Jinx from Pokemon, the Pokemon Jinx, Jinx had to be recolored in the North American version of Pokemon to purple because Jinx was straight up like full-on Master Popo style blackface caricature. I don't know if the Japanese like intended for that to be racist or something. There may be a particular art style to that, or maybe there's some like more lore behind that, like it goes into Japanese mythology of some famous character that you're supposed to know. But that's like one of those localization things that it always surprises me that it got to that stage before somebody said something. We've had a lot of weird like localization things happen coming from Japan to the North America. Like usually it's religious iconography is the first to go. Anything with a cross, anything with a devil or God or something. That was like the first to go. And then other things got missed, like those cacti right there. But it's okay. It's just it was a sign of the times. And there's nothing we can do about it in the middle of the stream. We just can't go back. We just can't quit the stream. I'm sure there's other Bonk streamers. I'm gonna go look through the AGDQ archives right now. And if there's any Bonk speedrunners out there, I'm gonna leave a mean comment. How dare you? Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing is their context of American history is like not like you can't expect game developers, all of them, to know all of like world history, world events, social issues and stuff like that. I mean, if something like that happens, it's usually not deliberate. It's not done in a way to be malicious, I think. I think their intention was comedy, so it's like it's not the world's biggest deal. I mean, I personally don't mind Master Popo. I think Master Popo is pretty funny overall. He's a good character. But yeah, I can definitely see where people would be upset with that. That's right. We got all the magma balls there. We bonked them with our heads. We're doing a good job of bonking. Every time, it's weird, I have this strange association in my head with the word bonk. Some people, like, relate words to things. They make these associations based off of weird things in your life that maybe nobody else would have this association with. But when I hear bonk, I don't think of the caveman. I think of Team Fortress 2. I think of the scout. The whole bonk and stuff like that, and all the surrounding memes. I used to play a lot of Team Fortress 2. And there's another association. It comes from like the Powerpuff Girls. They had this little meta show. Like Puppet Pal Clem and Puppet Pal Mitch would bonk things. It was just a little puppet show. Or I think it was in Powerpuff Girls. Hey, Puppet Pal Clem. Hey, Puppet Pal Mitch. And then, like, by the end of it, one of them would get bonked on the head. That was it. And then, like, Bonk the Caveman comes, like, in third place for Bonk. Okay, so this is where the turbo controller would come in handy. So I gotta do this manually because I didn't set up a turbo hotkey. I think the idea there is to stay as long as possible. Bad landing? Really? Okay. Very harsh. I thought the idea was to stay in the sky as long as possible. I guess my analysis fell apart. I was not allowed to criticize that one part. My criticism didn't hold water there. Oh, what? I didn't know he could attack. Like, just hop up. Those ones with the glasses there are brutal. Let's read some chat here. Feed yourself with bonus. It's ignorance. Think minstrel cartoons from the States. Yeah, I mean, Disney. Look at Disney. Disney's probably the worst offender. That's why they're not re-releasing Song of the South, though. I always hate it, like, how everyone looks to Disney as some paragon of virtue. I'm like, Disney has done some horrific things over the years. But yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever. It's all over now. Muhammad says, I think of a retired hockey player named Radek Bonk. His name was Bonk? What an awesome name. That would be perfect. That's a perfect hockey player, Bonk. Bonk reminds me of a cartoon onomatopoeia. Yes, like bonk, bang, pow, whiz. This dude, Delta in here, knows their English definitions here. Also, let's crack open this Boss coffee. We're breezing through Bonk here. My analysis, my deep dive, full story explained. I don't want to leave any stone unturned. Ooh. Ooh. Dude, this Boss Flash Brew here, that's a dark coffee. That is no sugar. Straight up bitter coffee. But it's good. It's smooth at the same time. It tastes like it came straight out of the vending machine. Like you're walking through Akihabara and you get one of them out. It's very cold and smooth, but bitter. Bitter aftertaste. I love it. All right. So here we're on stage 2-2. 2-2 is where we're going to encounter things like these dragonflies. When you encounter a dragonfly, just like in real life, all you got to do is get your big thick skull and apply it to the dragonfly. You'll be all right. You'll be okay. Watch out for those electric eels. This is where the game's getting real tough. I'm gonna need some meat. I should assign one of those turbo keys. Like, this is getting a little ridiculous. Whoa! Yeah, their frames are on their back, so I need to be down striking them. Boss comes in all sorts of flavors, just like Mr. Brown. I tend to like the Blue Mountain blend of anything. Boss Rainbow's pretty good, but I've had so many. Like Boss is like one of their most popular drinks over in their vending machines. So they always have at least 5 or 6 different flavors on hand. And then they have limited time flavors and like cross promotion stuff all the time. It's huge over there. Mr. Brown is just more of a generalized Asian coffee drink. It's not specific to just Japan or any other country. It's more of like a broader Asian convenience store drink, and I love it. That's probably why I got a hold of Mr. Brown first. Boss is more of a Japanese specific drink. This game looks visually pleasant. It is. This is what I like. What I enjoy about the TG16, also known as the TurboGrafx 16. What I enjoy about it is their games went for like more striking contrast, like really bright oranges, dark blues, that sort of thing. Nintendo games could be all over the map. Okay, they weren't any particular one thing, but TG16 always went for like dark and fluorescent colors. Hey, what's up, Rewind Video? Been a hot minute since I played this, back when I used to have a portable TurboGrafx. What did they call those things? Wasn't there a particular name for those? There's this guy I went to college with. He had one of those portable TurboGrafx. He said the batteries on those lasted a lot longer than the Game Gear, which isn't saying much, but he still played it with an AC adapter. I believe it even had like a video output on the portable Turbo, so that's cool. Like way back in the day, just to have that sort of functionality. I think I gotta... Can I bite that? I really need that heart, but... Should I even risk it is another thing. Okay, get up there, get up there. Okay, I'm gonna try for that heart. I don't know if I'll make it. Yeah, but I do love the color choice on the TurboGrafx. I wanted to get one of those Turbo Mini consoles, but they were really expensive, and since they're emulation as it is, I'm like, what's the point? my Series X can probably emulate more accurately than the Raspberry Pi they got in those clone consoles, so it's like, it's not a big deal. The only clone console that I bought was like the PlayStation Classic, and that's because GameStop were giving them away. I got mine for under $20, and I thought that was a good enough deal for me to check it out, and they are super easy to modify and get the entire PlayStation library on there. So that's what I ended up doing. The thing is, the core that they use, dang it. The core that they use on the PlayStation Classic is the PCSX Rearmed. And PCSX Rearmed is a decent emulator if you're just going for like the bare minimum Android-based emulator, like no bells and whistles. But the sound emulation is whack. Like, it does not... Everything sounds tinny, if you know what I'm talking about. It sounds like when the characters talk, it sounds like they're inside of a metal room. And that's no good. Same thing with the music. The music just sounds like it's being played inside a metal room. And just not a fan of that. Sound is almost more important to me than graphics. Getting that right. And I was not pleased with it. It's not my first emulator clone console of choice. I think you're better off getting like the NES Classic or the Super Nintendo Classic, primarily because they already set you up with a good ROM library as is. Like Nintendo, I think, picked out the best games, like the best of the best that they could get the license for. I mean, like, even Earthbound's on the Super Nintendo one, and they, like, never put Earthbound, or at least want to acknowledge it to any meaningful degree, so that's pretty cool that you can get a good copy of Earthbound on there. Star Fox 2, Final Fantasy 3/6 is a good pick on there. But, I mean, that's also really easy to modify, so if you're even interested in that, you can, in, like, 10 minutes get every Super Nintendo game on there, so yeah. Those would be mine. I wanted to get the TurboGrafx one because I think it's the most unique out of them. Like, I was not expecting them to ever release it, but then there's also like some Neo Geo ones, but every video I've watched on the Neo Geo clone consoles, they always get something terribly wrong in emulation, or like the games lag. And most of the games on the Neo Geo, or at least a great deal of them, are fighting games. And that's a game like where lag is pretty unacceptable, I would think. And a lot of those Neo Geo console or clone consoles, whatever you want to call them, they have such a weird selection of games, too. It's like King of Fighters 95, King of Fighters 96. Like, all these King of Fighter games taking up the majority of the ROM slots, you know? And stuff like Blues Adventure or Spin Master or Neo Turf Master, stuff like that. Or Windjammers just doesn't make it on there. I'm like, that's such a odd choice. But, the cool thing is, though, another reason I didn't get the Neo Geo clones is because if you have a Nintendo Switch, you can get a great deal of the library from Neo Geo on there, and it works great. There's even a Windjammers remake and a Neo Turf Masters that are just perfectly fine. And so I'm like, why the hell would I buy this clone console when I can just get the ROMs here up on my Switch? So, also, another thing is I do have a I do have a Neo Geo MVS right here in the office. I only got a couple of games for it. I got Puzzle Bobble, aka Bust-A-Move, and Metal Slug. But David gave me a couple of those like all-in-one cartridges that have like 500 or so ROMs on it. But because there's like some weird dip switch setting that I gotta adjust to get it to work, so none of them have worked yet. But I have a goal for myself eventually. When I reach like my late 30s, I'm gonna boomer out and sand down my arcade cabinet and put on a fresh Neo Geo like color scheme on there. I'd love to do that. Let's read some chat. Genesis Mini seems good, says GG. Sandy Paris says Live a Live is awesome. One of the better JRPGs for the Super Famicom. Terry says I recommend the Core Graphics Mini over the Turbo Graphics Mini. Personally, if you have to decide between. What's the Core Graphics Mini? I don't know what that is. Akimbo was taken. Neo Turf Masters is in rights limbo. You can get it up on the Switch, from what I know. I have it. Rewind says, have you gotten to play that shooter Ginga Fukai Densetsu Sapphire? No. I know that's on every store shelves. I know everyone on the web's talking about that game. And I'm just not a part of the cultural zeitgeist. I'm missing the boat on that one. No, I haven't. I know I'm never going to be the most popular guy in school playing Genga Fukai Densetsu Sapphire. I'm going to have to take the L on that one. What? No, I haven't played that. Oh my God, man. So yeah, I've just been playing, believe it or not, Microsoft's been having some fire sales up on the Series X or just on their Xbox store. I keep calling it the Series X store, but I realized that it also applies to the Xbox One, Xbox One X, Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X, like their whole family, right? So when you buy one game, it applies to all those systems. So I've been like going through all their sales, and they've been selling off all these classic games for like $3 a pop. Like recently I've been playing through The Darkness 2, but not the campaign mode. There's a multiplayer mode that I never got to try, and it's called Vendettas, and you get to play as 4 different characters, and they all have supernatural darkness abilities that you can upgrade with skill trees and stuff. And you can play with other players and go take out these targets, and it's just somewhat mindless fun because you're just superhero characters blowing up everything around you and tearing out hearts and destroying things. So you would think that that sort of game wouldn't have an active community, but every time that you go on and there's like an old game on sale, there's somebody out there just like you that bought the game on sale and that's popping in and just like, hey, I wonder if anyone's playing it. And then you meet up and then you end up having a good time. And that's what's been happening with me in the Darkness 2's multiplayer. Like I've just been meeting up with random people, and then we just spend like a whole evening playing with each other. So I've been making some new gamer friends up on the Darkness too. Just people that have a particular appetite for odd niche things, I guess. So I've been buying games on sale on the Microsoft store, and they've been classic games. And their classic game, like I got Blue Dragon for $4, and I already own the game on disc. Blue Dragon's a decent game. I own the game on disc, but the game is 3 discs long, right? So at some point, I'm going to have to swap out the discs in order to play it. So I'm like, oh, for $4, I can just buy the whole game and install it into one executable. So I did that. Some people have a problem with that approach. I've heard nonstop complaints from the retro community about, well, no, but you buy a digital game, and digital game ain't forever, man. The server is gone. All right. well, you can make that. By that time, Zinnia is going to be awesome anyway, right? Zinnia is well underway. The Xbox 360 emulator. I was talking with this dude in my comments the other day. He said that he played through most of Deadly Premonition now on Zinnia. Like, it's gotten better. So that's pretty hopeful. And I imagine, like, it's coming along really fast. Like, that happened with the PS3 emulator. It took, like, a couple of years for it to get up off the ground. But now you can play through, like, the Yakuza games with no problem. I'm like, that's pretty much all I would want it for. Now I wouldn't, because Yakuza is on everything. But I would think about, like, the most demanding or the most taxing kind of games. And they're hitting them pretty hard, so... yeah. I'm at the point, like, where I just don't... I don't have a compulsive need to collect physical for everything. And if there's, like, a cheaper, easier alternative, I like to go with that. Something that values my time. I think that's the kind of thing. Like, as a gamer, like, I'm already scatterbrained enough on trying to decide what I'm going to play. I don't want to have to hunt down my disc and swap out discs and like plug in my old consoles. Like, I'm ready for the emulation future to take over. Okay, I'm ready for it. Make things more convenient at the very least. I'm not for just removing a physical option. I wouldn't have gone for a Series X if I was in that mindset, but I think more options are always a good thing, and for me, convenience is where it's at. I got this whole year, or all of last year, taught me anything. I have all these games that I collected over the years, but now I got no one to show them to you. Like, you can't just have people over at your house, and at least in the meantime. So it's like, who gives a shit? And even when people are over, we're not like sitting around talking about what's in my collection, right? I think it only applies to a very narrow demographic, and that may be my YouTube channel, like, and people kind of care, or maybe they think it's cool. I don't know, but that's pretty much all it applies to. I think it has the opposite effect on anyone else in the real world. Like, if anyone else that wasn't like my girlfriend or a close personal friend stumbled into my house, right? They stumbled into my house and they look at my game collection. The first thing they're thinking is not cool. All right, they're probably thinking like, this dude's got some sort of compulsive problem. He's like a hoarder. He's got issues. Is probably what they're thinking. Like, anyone that's a normal person in their right mind would just be like, I need to call someone for Miles. He needs a friend, is what they're thinking. So yeah, like, as my birthday's rolling up here pretty soon, I'm looking into ways of just like paring down my collection to just the essentials. It's not like a financial thing or whatever. It's just more like it's time to get rid of this, because like, what, God forbid I die one day, right? I just kick the bucket one random day, right? And I leave all these games for my girlfriend to sort out. Like, she has to like go on YouTube and like look at all like research all these games and how to sell them and who wants to buy them and stuff like that. Just leaving her with all this big mess of games. I don't think I can forgive myself for that, right? So, I just want to pawn it off. I just want to pawn off my whole collection on some Generation X gamer out there, right? The childhood chasing Generation X gamer out there. You've seen them before. They all look the same. They all have like a goatee, and they all have like big flashy retro wave graphics in their introduction, right? And they talk about like, whoa, man, like back in 1993 in the arcade, we'd be hitting on girls and stuff, and then we went to go see Wayne's World, and then we fucking went back to my place. We skipped school, and we smoked cigarettes, and we just played Phantasy Star for like a whole weekend, man. We just played Phantasy Star. We didn't need no book learning or anything like that. What we did is we were all punk rock, and we rode our skateboards over to Orange Julius, and beat up all the nerds and stuff, but secretly we were nerds and we went home and played Phantasy Star. That guy right now, that's my target. That's my target market right there for my game collection. I need to find that guy and just pretend to be on the same page. Like, yeah, man, the 90s, so cool. Wow, radical to the max, bro. Skateboarding and New Kids on the Block, bro. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Radical. I need to find that guy and sell him my whole collection. All right, and then I need to just put it all in Bitcoin. That's probably the plan. That's one of my goals for this year. It's like pare down my physical collection, sell it to some Gen Xer out there. What are you doing, man? Do you realize the retro bubble hasn't popped yet? Right here, there's a parabola. There's a parabola effect in the retro game market. You're just missing it. Right now, there's a dip. Right now, there's a dip, but there's going to be a big peak. All the Zoomers are going to realize that they want the Nintendo World Championship cartridge that allows you to play 5 minutes of 4 selective games. They're going to want it one day, man, and you're not going to be there to cash in. To cash in. I can't believe that, man. Can you, it's hard for me to watch a lot of games that focus exclusively on retro games, because it's like, usually when you're talking about a retro game, like when you start a retro game channel, you want to talk about like what you remembered as a kid, right? So people burn through that content really fast, right? So there's probably a limited amount of games you had access to as a child, right? So you like make all your content focused around that. Then you get into the problem where you've run out of childhood games to talk about, right? Unless you're like me, who just never stopped playing and is always playing, right? Like you just run out of games, and then you run out of enthusiasm as a consequence. And then other people see it and they tell you this. You're like, dude, you've lost the plot. It seems like you don't even write your scripts anymore. Seems like you got a team of writers. You've gotten to the point like where there's no personal involvement anymore. You just lost it. You lost the will to live, but you're still hanging on because this is your new normal. That's happened to like every retro game channel that I focus on. There's a few exceptions. Like Happy Console Gamer seems to kind of still have a bit of enthusiasm. Like he still has some life left in him. Like I feel there's like some genuine enthusiasm coming out of him. But there's just so many other channels that I grew up on YouTube. I'll say I grew up on YouTube watching that. Just they want, like, they're telling you in Morse code through eye blinks, right? Through blinking, that just in my life, end it. Please pull me out of here. These fat guys I hired, they got a gun off a frame. There's a gun off a frame. These fat guys that have been riding my coattails have sucked all the Garmin Boja. They've been feeding off my Garmin Boja. They've been feeding off my enthusiasm, like energy vampires. And I'm just like a lifeless husk. You know the kind of channels I'm talking about. Just, it makes that, there's nothing in this world that makes me sad, more sad than like when somebody's hobby just turns into like an obligation, or turns into just like a, almost like a 9-to-5, if you will. Like it's now a job. It's like now they have like no personal passion or investment in it, and it just, it's obvious to everyone but that person. And I catch myself here. I'm like, I'm not completely guilt-free in all this. Like I've definitely caught myself writing something and just saying like, I'm just not feeling this one. But usually when I do that, I just like scrap it and save it for later, right? I put it on the shelf, right? Like I don't throw away my scripts. I don't throw away some stuff that I've recorded. Like I've made 5 or 6 videos where I came away from it, I'm like, yeah, this isn't this isn't good. And then I just walk away from it. There are some people out there that they just go, I don't give a fuck. My audience can't tell the difference anymore anyway. They're not in it for anything but nostalgia, I guess. I don't know what you would call it, but I don't know how I got on this topic. You should probably pause for a second here and refocus, but I feel that Hikikomori Media has always been kind of a passion project to me, and I love what I do, and it's fun interacting with everyone and hosting cool streams, and I guess I have to like stop myself from taking my subscribers for granted. There's a lot of different people out there that feel they can phone it in and just give up. And I will say there's a lot to it. There's something in it that where it is a viable path forward, phoning it in, because I think people turn to certain YouTubers as experts in a field. They turn to YouTubers as expert opinion makers, trendsetters, if you will, right? So they turn to them because they have trouble doing that themselves, or forming an opinion, gathering their thoughts, analyzing something, right? So they don't know any different. So like when you phone it in and you make a 15-minute Dragon Quest video when you've never played Dragon Quest before, and then you explain the whole timeline of Dragon Quest, and you're also sponsored by Square Enix at the same time, there are people that'll call that bullshit instantly. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, you could have made a video on all the other topics in the world. What are you doing? Are you alive? Did you write this? No. Who did you rely on for this knowledge? Why can't I talk to a real expert in the situation? When you phone it in, there are people that'll call you on it, and there are people that'll just be like, "Oh, this is great. This is excellent. I'm just happy to be here. Thank you, friend. Thanks for the video. Thanks for the content." The enablers, right? And that's a problem that like I face too, is like when I walk away from something and I'm just feel uneasy about it. I feel uneasy, like, okay, did I do my best here? Could it have been longer? Could I have clarified this point? There will be enablers there. They'll be just like, no, it was perfect. Everything was fine. But then there will be people that'll like dig deeper and be like, well, what did you mean by this? Or maybe you got led astray here. Maybe there's a different interpretation to be had, right? I gotta check myself, because first out of the gate, like when I'm fresh off a video, I'm all amped up. I'm all like high. Like, I did it. I put all this work into it. I made this thing. Here it is, right? Gotta check myself, right? I think that some of these YouTubers I've been following for over a decade now, they're so disconnected from that. Like maybe they only see the enabler stuff. Like maybe they just have a mediator in the middle just saying like, oh yeah, the general consensus is the video was great. The general consensus, 6 out of 10 people enjoyed it, right? That's the general consensus. Just over the average. 6 out of 10 people are happy with it, right? It's something that I feel is poisonous, and I've gotta be better about this myself, is like taking criticism. But my thing is, I like having discussions too, like explaining my point of view, because it's hard to capture all your thoughts about a particular topic. There will always be things you forget to mention. There will always be things that you just cut for time. There will always be things that you just cannot fit in the context of a particular video, right? You can't do it all. And if you try, you may just like bore everyone else. There will be the hardcore that just will stick through it. Like when I make my hour-and-a-half long retrospectives on things, there will be people that are just amped up and excited for that. But I would say like the vast majority, they got other things to do with their life, right? They got other obligations than to stick it out. But when you sit back and you see somebody that you know and you've loved for years, decades, just completely reach a point of no return whenever, like, the term sellout is the dictionary definition of what this video is. It's a category 5 beyond saving sellout kind of video. That's, I don't know, like, shame washed across my body. And there's the enablers, I think, are probably the most toxic. There's definitely a subset of people that are just like complete A-logs. They completely obsess over every little flaw or mistake, or they feel they were wronged and stuff like that, and they just dispense negativity nonstop. That in itself is kind of toxic, but I think the enablers are just as toxic, but in a different direction, right? And I don't even like to use the word toxic because I think it's dismissive in general. It's like what pretentious people use when they don't have an argument. Like whenever they're so set in their ways, they use the term toxic. But what I mean is like toxic in the term of poisonous to your creativity. And like when people show up in a commercial for Dragon Quest, a Dragon Quest commercial written by somebody else, narrated by somebody who's never played a Dragon Quest game, explaining the whole timeline, the whole lore. And you have people in the comments section and they're like, well, it's not the best video, but you gotta understand he's gotta feed his family. He gotta feed his family. This is his job, don't you understand? He can be soulless. It's just like having a job. You gotta approach this passion project with no soul, with no enthusiasm. It's a job. Family, feed family. Didn't you know they're going hungry? Dude, this person's a millionaire. A millionaire, okay? A millionaire with not much overhead. Like the production on one of their videos, I would say on a good day maybe costs $500. On a good day costs maybe $500. Most of it is green screen, right? The most of the overhead is by unnecessary employees, I would say, right? People, you hired them on, they conned you into making you think they're valuable to your brand. They conned you into it. There's a long they had their own projects. Their projects just never took off, right? Because they're just an enthusiasm vacuum. They suck all the air out of the room the moment they're on camera. But now they're piggybacking on you and just sucking out all your life. What is it? Like your life force? It's what's that movie that I watched? Like where that was a thing. Like where there was kind of like a life force vampire that would come in and just start sucking the soul out of people's. Was it Hocus Pocus? Like one of the witches from Hocus Pocus, how they go up to like somebody that's young and full of life and energy, right? And better looking and all that. And they just start sucking out that soul. It is. This guy has 1 million subs. Time for me to get some of that. Oh, he's got lifelong friends that helped him build sets. Helped write a theme song. He didn't pay them, but he's gonna pay us. I know. He's gonna pay us for it. His best friend who was really good at games and had their own video game series and had all that charisma, had a great voice and had really cool opinions on retro games. We're just gonna fire him. We're gonna fire him, and we're gonna highlight the dude who had a comic called The Loco Bandito that was just too edgy for the world. That sort of thing. I mean, like, there's so many things I could say about it, but it just makes me depressed at the end of the day. Like, I didn't want any of this to happen. It's like walking into a retirement home, a YouTube retirement home, every time I click on one of those videos, and then you have to just see him. looking at you. Like, just, there's a little glimmer of the person they used to be somewhere in there. They're like, oh, remember the good times I used to spend with old grandpa YouTuber here? Remember all the good, but there's only just like a faint glimmer of that in there. And then they just, yeah, you're going through like a whole parade of that when you go to their channel. And you're like, man, this makes me feel old now. I feel older. I feel bad about myself having watched this. I feel maybe I gave them too much credit at one point. I don't know, man. That's where I've been at. Like, I gotta sell all my game to circle the wagons. I gotta sell my game collections to that, to those people that fall for that insincerity, right? To fall for just to have no passion anymore for your craft. I gotta find those enablers and I gotta sell it to them. Anyone want to buy a game collection? Sorry, make sure. Don't forget. You better leave that like. You better leave that like. You better drop that like for that ramble. They don't come cheap. They don't come cheap. Caption Panic 98. YouTube shouldn't be a career for some people, if you ask me. I enjoy seeing some people go at it with enthusiasm and love towards the things they like, but I don't like seeing people work towards it like a career. Lottery Winner says, I'm okay with people throwing a raid ad that is unrelated to the video, but making a whole ad trying to pass it off as actual content is pretty lame. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Caption says, I don't know, man. I think the Game Grumps did worse than AVGN. I never really got into the Game Grumps myself. I know about JonTron. I've seen a few JonTron videos. Aaron also always came off as abrasive to me. Like, I hate to say this, but he came off as pseudo-intellectual. He came off as smarter than he thinks he is, or something. Or less smarter than he thinks he is. Something along those lines. And I think, like, he got away with it because of animated cartoons. Because when an animated cartoon talks back an opinion to you, people are more receptive to taking their opinions from an animated cartoon. I don't know. I think I saw, like, a sequelitis or something on Majora's Mask, and I'm like, what? This is, like, Spoonie level of nitpicking. All right, I would consider Spoonie like the master of nitpicking. Like he nitpicked to the extreme, but like it was funny. He was entertaining, and he would back it up with decades of lore or something like that. Like when Spoonie came at me with a complaint, I knew it was a genuine rage kind of thing. Aaron kind of came off as just deliberately contrarian. And he's the kind of friend that he's like a fair weather kind of friend in terms of like how he treated JonTron and stuff. A lot of them were the way they handled the JonTron situation. And that should just tell you a lot about YouTubers, is they're really just in it to look after their own. Like they may like pose like, oh, I'm so offended by what JonTron said. I can't believe he said that on a debate with Destiny. Like they're not really interested in what he said. They're not interested in any of the arguments. They're not even interested in talking with him behind the scenes, right? They were more interested in like shade and fraud. You know what I'm talking about? Shade and fraud. Watching him suffer. They wanted to watch him be publicly humiliated was the thing. They didn't care what he said. They didn't care about his apology thereafter. They wanted to end him. They wanted to end JonTron because he was more entertaining than them. He had more to offer. He was more beloved than they were. And people can't handle that. Whenever you start developing relationships, either with your audience or with the world at large, in as being an entertainer, right? JonTron's always been kind of a theater kid, right? I've known these theater kids like growing up that were just natural. They had charisma. They knew how to play to an audience and when to pause, when to do a body gesture, how to inflect with their tone of voice, right? JonTron is natural talent, right? And because he was naturally talented, all the people that are like second rate, third rate, fourth rate, they see that they see that somebody that has natural talent, no matter what. They don't really care about what he thinks about on a personal level. Don't let him fool you. They don't care about his politics. They don't care about who he's sleeping with. They don't care about any of that. What they do care about is he's more entertaining than them. He's funnier. And when you're funny, when you're the funniest guy in the room, you also have the most enemies by default. Just how it goes. I've seen it time and time again. Like you win over people who just are genuinely good people. When you're naturally funny, you win over people who are genuinely good people and just like to have a good laugh. That's what you do. So that's part of it, right? You win over the genuinely good people that like to have a fun time when you're naturally funny. But when you're naturally funny, you also make other people who aren't as funny seethe. And when they seethe, they want to destroy you. Like they may like pose and say like, oh yeah, we're friends, we're good. He's really funny on the good days, right? When they have something to benefit by association, right? Whenever they're like, oh yeah, he's funny, he's a natural talent on the good days. But whenever you fuck up, the moment when you fuck up, look around and who's the first there to shit on you? It's always the people that are less funny in the situation. The people that never made you laugh, and they use it as a springboard for attention. And this doesn't just apply to the JonTron situation, but I'm saying I see this in a lot of different communities, and I've seen it just in my own life, like on a microscopic level, if you will. Just like anecdotally, I've seen it in my own life, but I've also seen it in other communities, like gamer communities. I've seen it in cinema review communities. Always. It's the less funny people that speak the loudest during these times. So that's kind of like why I never got on board with the whole Game Grumps thing. Is like they just never clicked with me. Like I didn't feel like they were naturally funny. Editing kind of did a lot of the heavy lifting there. And I was kind of more team JonTron in general because I could appreciate his production, what he was trying to go for, because he has like a solid theater background. JonTron's always been like a theater kid, and I could relate to being a theater kid. So he just resonated with me. I don't know. Then not to get any more personal than that, but I just think like even like Pro Jared just hopped on that bandwagon instantly. And the thing is, like, the people that jump in right in the dog pile, they got massive skeletons in their closet, horrific skeletons that they don't want getting out, and it's a projection measure, right? Like they do this thing like where, okay, that guy's bad, he bad guy, go look at that bad guy. Meanwhile, over here comes a crack pipe. Like they're in the background taking a hit of a crack pipe or something, or they've got some secret teenage girlfriend locked in their closet, right, at the same time. And that's something that I've learned just growing as an adult. It's like people want to like get you to join in on the dog pile, and I've had to stop. I've had to check myself on that. I used to think it was funny. I used to think it was funny to just like hop on a dog pile and just watch somebody's life get destroyed. Schadenfreude, right? Just watch it all burn, Joker style, right? But I realized that the people that are on the front lines of this shit usually also have some horrific fucking skeletons at the same time. And I'm playing in like I'm a pawn as part of their evil, nefarious plan to hide their own skeletons. So I kind of wait for the facts now because I've been pushed into situations where I didn't wait for the facts. We'll put it that way. I've been pushed into some situations where I didn't listen to the other side, and then I went out there and, you know, said some shit that I later regretted big time. And I've learned that considering the source is probably the most valuable thing when these situations arise. And they keep happening. Like every few days, there's some big controversy. There's somebody that you loved growing up that goes out there, and an ex-girlfriend comes out or an ex-boyfriend comes out, says all this horrific shit, or they take a clip and just apply a new context for it, and it sucks. It really does, because we're all pretty bad, like in some degree. We're all some measure of bad, right? We all know deep down that we're all hideous, horrible people, and to argue otherwise is denial, right? We make mistakes a lot, and checking yourself and knowing when to like wait for the story to develop is also important. And I feel like even in the Pro Jared situation, like I was laughing at first, like, ah, my God, look at his penis pictures and stuff like that. And then I felt bad after a while, like after like months later when the whole story came out. I was like, ah, yeah, I probably shouldn't have laughed at this. Like, there's more to this story. Like, that's their personal beef, whatever. Like, I don't really care beyond that. I thought it was funny. I had to learn to check myself because there's always more going on. And the thing is, like, every single one of his friends, the same people that got on with him on the hate JonTron bandwagon went after him. Instantly went after him. Like, every one of his friends that, like, part of his cancel club over there also did that to him. So it's just like, after that whole situation developed, I was like, yeah, I gotta chill. I gotta chill on this, man, because it's so easy to get swept up in it. Like, it just happens, and it just constantly happens. Never gonna stop happening. I think as long as humans are humans, they're gonna have people that hold grudges and go after you. That happens, but take it from me. Take it from me. I'm a vile human being, right? With a sordid past. I got horrible skeletons in my closet. And so do you. And so do you. Just chill, right? I don't even know how I got on this. I think somebody mentioned Game Grumps or whatever. Dang it. I got killed by this Ultra Chad here. Alright, let's read some chat before we continue again. The Dark Lave says, it's funny because JonTron's only sin was a bad political take. And then the people he used to work with had so much worse come out. Yeah, as I said, like, every time that I've said something like really, I don't know, really bad, something that I've regretted, there's a layer of projection in there. There's an insecurity that I had when I said it, and I gotta cool it. Like, that's something that I come off with a temper, and sometimes I take a joke too far, and I realize, yeah, I gotta cool it. I gotta walk it back, and that's not easy to do. Like, when you got like natural, I don't know, a silver tongue. One of my ex-girlfriends used to say I had a silver tongue, and not for the reasons you may think, okay? Not for the reasons you may think, okay? The gift of the gab reasons, right? She used to say that, and it used to be something I was proud of. Like, she's like, when somebody comes at you, you have this natural, innate ability to just tear back into them, and just like bring them down, and just make them hate you. You got this ability that you can do that. And I used to think that was badass. I used to think like, yeah, man, that's cool. They ain't gonna mess with me, I'll just ruin their self-esteem. And I like growing past that as an adult. I was just like, I gotta get rid of that. Like, that's not gonna serve me well. Like, no one's gonna be looking for that. That's not a quality you want to have as a person to be known for. Like, this guy, he'll just come right back at you and just ruin your life. Yeah, it's something I've had to grow out of, and it's taken me a while. Like, there's struggles. I want to clap back, and it's funny. It's funny sometimes to clap back when it's harmless. I think when it's harmless, like it's a harmless clap back, like you just say something like a quick one-liner. That's all right. That's all right to just give a quick clap back. But I'd want to do an Incredible Hulk style clap sometimes. Like a major clap where you could feel the wind clap, right? That's what I had to let die. Part of that, like a part of my Dungeons and Dragons character sheet, I had to cross that one out. I have the thoughts. The thoughts do happen. Sometimes I can contain them. But other times I want to clap back and I want it to be like brutal. But I feel like at a certain point when you're a public face or you got an audience of some kind, sometimes just doing a brevity situation, just a quick little jab back is sufficient. You don't need the whole life-ruining clapback, okay? I used to think the life-ruining clapback was funny and it would be a source of endless entertainment. No, it's not. It actually, you're just as bad in that situation. And, yeah, so I don't do that. And, I guess I don't spend a lot of time collecting dirt. I've never been, like, a dirt collector as it is. I think that's just disgusting in general. Like, people that hold on to stuff, like slights, every little thing that made you mad. I think there's more value into just letting go. You know, just whatever. They did something that pissed me off. You can talk to them about it. You can just be like, hey, what you said there wasn't that cool. Can you cool it on that? Or maybe you're out of your element. You're missing some context, whatever. Just please don't do that. I think that's also important too, is to like tell people how you feel. But I think the most valuable thing you can do in most situations is just like let it go. We had that cool stream talk the other day, like when I was talking about that YouTube glitch where I was like seething. I was obsessing over it. I was like, what the fuck is going on? What is going on here? And guess what happened when I let it go? The glitch, I talked to YouTube. YouTube replied on Twitter. They were fast about it. They fixed the glitch. All I had to do was wait. All I had to do was wait, bro. What's up? We got a $5 super chat from J Spot. J Spot. Thank you, J Spot. Hikiko clap. Don't start no S. Won't be no S. Don't start nothing. Won't be nothing. That's right. Words to live by. I still occasionally, I like to watch, I guess I would say, is nowadays people are starting fights left and right all the time on Twitter. I had to pare down everything on Twitter, and here's something I did. And you guys can take this tip, and use it in your own life. If you want to start weaning yourself off of social media, off of screen time, make things a little bit more inconvenient for yourself. So to kind of like wean myself from constantly checking in on Twitter and reading all the hot takes and reading all the breaking news and stuff like that, what I did is I put Twitter into 2 folders on my phone, right? So I made the Twitter app, I put it in a folder, and then I put that folder inside another folder, and just having that 2 clicks just having like 2 clicks in between launching the application was enough to slow myself down and say, whoa, 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 whoa. What are you doing here? Why are you going on Twitter? And I wouldn't even like be on there to just like post or something. I'd just be like reading the feed, reading the endless feed of nonsensical garbage trash. But just having that like little buffer in between has helped me quite a bit. People are like, you're a man. You are a grown-ass man. Why are you doing that? I'm like, well, because, like, there's, like, this Pavlovian conditioning, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's more of, like, a kinetic thing at this point where my body, like, I just got this compulsion to want to check in and see the feed, see the horrors of the world, right? See the latest. Otherwise, I feel like I'm going to miss out. But I feel like... that's natural. Like, missing out is fine. You don't need to know it all. Like, nobody likes to know it all, and I think your mental health is better for not knowing it all. Not knowing all the current horrors of the world going down, right? It's alright to, like, divorce yourself from that. And I will say, I've been happier from doing it. Just having that little buffer to cool out and say, okay, maybe I'll have a disconnect day, right? A day where I'm just like not on there, not replying, not reading trash all the time. And it has helped me think a little bit and process. I think processing is a better word for that. Process the madness. And yeah, just having a buffer is nice. I don't even know. I don't know what you're talking about. There's like a whole thing going. There's a whole nother conversation separate from what we're talking about in chat here. But feel free to AMA. Delta says, humans are trashy creatures by nature. That's why I love other animals like dogs and cats. Those will never try to cancel you. I don't think it's necessarily, I don't know. The word cancel itself is pretty loaded. I think people who do participate in like that whole cancel thing, they try and like minimize the situation. Like, oh, we're not trying to cancel you. We're not trying to do this horrific thing, this passive aggressive thing. Okay. We're just trying to teach you a lesson or what have you. Like they try and like minimize the horrific thing, that they're trying to do to a person. I think canceling it itself, there are certain things, there are certain instances, some good calls, like we're canceling. Yeah, like it needs to happen. If somebody harmed a child or lit a dog on fire, yeah, canceling is definitely in order for sure. It's a loaded term though. And I don't like to apply it to every situation. It's not like a one-size-fits-all. You can't... I think it just takes nuance out of a situation. There are some things like where a person has done these horrible things as a human, and they definitely need to be checked. There needs to be a balance for that. But I think the targets need to be much higher up, is what I'm saying. Like your everyday Joe Schmo thing, or random YouTuber, seems like wasted energy to me. Seems like a wasted, like they're easy targets. The targets that I think need to be focused on are the people that are systemically ruining the lives of millions of people on end. Like people that are really bringing down the whole society and making society worse. Like for, I guess a more recent example would be the whole Robin Hood snafu. The hedge fund managers, like how there was a separate set of rules for the hedge fund divisions than there were for the common person. That's definitely where some cancellation and some I guess further analysis of the whole situation's definitely necessary, because I think that does something at the end. Like if the problem gets solved, there's a good solution in mind, it benefits all of humankind. But like at the same time, there's people like Marilyn Manson, I guess, is the more quick canceled guy. Like, I don't know. Like, does anyone really give a shit? My girlfriend was seething, by the way, about Marilyn Manson. She's a big Marilyn Manson fan. Read his autobiography. Loves the whole allure of Manson. Has all of his albums. She's really big into him. I was never really a big guy into Marilyn Manson as it is, so I got no dog in the fight. But making like a whole public spectacle out of Marilyn Manson, and like to me, I'm like, is anyone really surprised? Is this where we're spending all of our energy, is on Marilyn Manson? I don't think he did anything to try and hide what kind of person he was. It's not, to me, it's like never been a surprise. And as I said, I don't know the whole situation. I deliberately don't want to know the whole situation because I don't care. But if Marilyn Manson went out there and hung out at like an Epstein party and was bathed in the blood of children, I wouldn't wake up the next day feeling surprised. Like, oh, how could he? How could Antichrist superstar Marilyn Manson do this? I don't know. Like, that sort of stuff just seems like a waste of time in the end. Okay? That's not a productive cancel situation. I think that's like more tabloid style thing, and that's been going on forever. Like that's like old as time sort of thing. People like that because he's all washed up as it is. Like, if you wanted to cancel him, I guess go at him like when it would hurt him the most. Manson is, I don't know. I would say he's been washed up for 20 years. Is that fine to say? Maybe my girlfriend would disagree. Well, what about his other albums? Did you listen to Mechanical Animals? Did you see his cameo in American God? Did you even Party Animal or Party Monster? I don't know. Okay. I guess what I'm saying is, like, the time to cancel Marilyn Manson would have probably been more relevant in like the early 2000s. Now it's like, okay, well, he has like no influence, no bearing on culture as it is right now. Okay, like there's nothing. Why do we as a society gotta get involved in this canceling of Marilyn Manson? He's been canceled for 20 years. Like there's nothing to be gained as from anything in this situation, is what I'm saying. And then, like, you know, it goes back and forth. It goes back and forth, and there's just two camps start forming up around it, and that's how it goes in every one of these situations. There's the pro-Manson camp, there's the anti-Manson camp, and then there's people like me who have no dog in the fight whatsoever and just could care less. But, yeah. It just doesn't seem relevant to me. I think the most relevant thing was taking a look at Wall Street, like waking people up to this. Everything else is kind of a distraction, if you will. It's white noise. It's something that they throw up, and like they want to subvert you from looking at real systemic problems in society. And focusing your energy on Marilyn Manson just seems like wasted time. And I don't mean that to be dismissive, but there are things that you can observe in your own real life that inhibit you from succeeding or growing, either financially, emotionally, or what have you, in your own real life that are around you all the time. Could be a person that's holding you back, a friend, or a group of friends that don't want the best for you, that talk a whole bunch of shit. Like, focus on canceling that shit from your life, okay? Get out of that. That's something that you can have like a real effect on in society. Like, what goes on between Marilyn Manson and Evan Rachel Wood will have no bearing on your life whatsoever. None. Ever. You probably won't even care at the end of the week. I don't know what to say. It's just tabloidism is what I'm saying. It's a new form of tabloidism set to distract you from doing something of meaning in your real world, I guess, is what I'm saying. Is like, just don't focus on Marilyn Manson. Focus on the asshole. Focus on the asshole that's shoveling all their snow into your driveway and then calling you out and calling you bad names. Focus on that guy. Did you guys see that video? Oh my God, that was horrific. That was probably one of the most frightening videos I've seen in a long time. Did you guys see that? Anyone in chat see that video? I think this was in Boston or something. Was it in Boston? It sounded like it was from Boston. It sounded something like from New England. You guys see this video? This is horrifying, by the way. In case you didn't know, I'm not going to show the video. I will just kind of describe it in general. There was this situation. I don't know what to describe it as. It like went from 0 to 100. And it should tell you about like how sick America is as a society and like how angry people are. Like how people just stew. They sit and stew about certain things and they let all these poisons of the world like affect their brain. And I would say on both ends it's pretty bad. Like there's no one's innocent in this situation. But there was this video that I saw on the news. That was my first problem. It's on YouTube. Like, I guess YouTube hasn't blocked it yet. So I guess to a certain extent, it's fine to watch. But I think after watching it, it like made me have a talk with my girlfriend. Like it made me I had to have like a serious talk. I'm like, okay, in this situation, if we're ever in this situation, here's what we do. Okay. So like somewhere in New England, there was this couple that were shoveling their snow into their neighbor's driveway, right? And just being a complete nuisance to this guy. And I assume this has been going on for years. Like this guy's been putting up with bad neighbors for a while. I think I'm supposed to go under that tree. So there's been some tension between these neighbors that's been building up. And I imagine 2020 didn't make things any easier between these people's relationship. Big snowstorm happens. I'll call him neighbors and angry guy, okay? So neighbors were shoveling their snow into angry guy's driveway, and they were doing this deliberately. Like he had asked them to stop. They kept doing it. And they said, "What are you going to do about it?" Right? What are you going to do about it? So they presented a challenge to angry guy. And he says, "I'll show you what I'm going to do about it." He goes, "You ain't going to do nothing, you Q word. You hard Q word. You ain't going to do nothing." Challenging him, right? So angry guy, I imagine, has been stewing on this. He has all the horrors of the world, all the weight of the shoulders of COVID world, of tensions between neighbors. And that's kind of like how a neighborhood in America works anymore. It's not like the 1950s, like where everyone knows each other's names and everyone's, on speaking terms. You can go over and borrow a cup of sugars. No, we're in modern America right now. In modern America, things go from 0 to 100 real quick. So, the neighbors, the snow shoveling neighbors, challenge this dude, Angry Man. They challenge Angry Man, and Angry Man runs into his house, runs into his garage, and gets a gun. He gets a gun, and as his neighbors are shoveling constant snow into his driveway, they just keep it up after he told them to stop. And they called him a Q word. They called him the hard Q word. And by the way, these people are in their late 50s. They're not just like some young buck Bostonians or whatever. These people are in their late 50s. Boomers, if you will. And they keep challenging him. So angry neighbor goes into his house. He gets a gun, comes out, and the wife of the neighbors is like, "What are you going to do? Come on, shoot us. Go ahead and shoot us." And starts challenging him to then shoot them, which he complies. He shoots both of them. He's like, and he tells him, "You should have kept your mouth shut." And as he shot like the woman in the head, he shot her in the head. He shot the husband. And then the husband, like, who called him the Q word, is, like, bleeding out on his driveway. He's like, he shot me. I can't believe he shot me. Like, completely, like, just baffled that guy with the gun actually shot him. As he's bleeding out, call the cops, call the cops. And then the wife's, like, still talking shit on him. She's like, you so-and-so son of a bitch. You just no good bastard. Just talking all this shit as the guy with the gun is still there, still an active threat. And then he goes over, shoots her some more, goes over to the guy and just ends both of them. I mean, at the end of this, the guy with the gun ends up wasting himself. But the whole situation just played out within 1 minute. Going from being an asshole, shoveling snow on this dude's property, calling him a Q word, and then him ending your life. Okay? That's kind of like how pressured the situation is in America. Like, I feel this could happen anywhere. As an American, I feel this could just go down 0 to 100 anytime. Like, people don't... You guys ever seen that movie Friday, right? You ever seen Friday? John Witherspoon, Ice Cube, Chris Tucker, right? John Witherspoon probably gives, like, one of the best monologues in that movie. Like mostly Friday's just like a situational comedy, the fart humor, a lot of fart humor. But there is a tender moment in there where John Witherspoon's like, he's like, put up your dukes, boy. People used to, this is all you needed. This is all you needed. You didn't need a gun to be tough. This is all you needed right here. And then he's like, this is all you needed to be a man. And then, like, Ice Cube's like, yeah, man, I'm a man without it. I'm a man without the gun. Meanwhile, by the way, I recently rewatched Friday. John Witherspoon gives, like, this whole monologue. I'm getting filtered here. John Witherspoon gives this whole monologue about how Ice Cube does not need a gun to be tough. He doesn't need a gun to be a man, right? Then there's a situation where there's a bully named Debo. Okay, Debo's a bully. He's a neighborhood bully. He goes around snatching chains, snatching anything of value, a bike. And Debo finally hits a woman. He slaps a woman on the street, and Ice Cube stands up for her. He's like, what the hell's wrong with you, man? Why'd you slap her? And then, like, Tiny Lister, by the way, who plays Debo, is one of the most intimidating dudes. Like, he's also in No Holds Barred. He's like 6'5", and he's the most intimidating dude in the world. Like, so the first thing Ice Cube does is draw a gun, right? He draws a gun, quick to draw a gun, and then his dad's out there on the Oscars like, what are you doing, man? Why are you drawing that gun? You're like, you don't need that. And then he tells his son, who's facing off against Debo, who's huge. Debo's a brick shithouse. He is like one of the most muscly bullies ever. He's like, all you need is your fist. And Ice Cube's like a doughy, small, 5'0" guy. Like, come on, man. All you need are these. And John Witherspoon, like, after he saw how insane Debo is, and Debo's like willing to murder his son, he's like, put away that gun. And Ice Cube complies. Gets his ass whipped, right? He's getting his ass whipped. But you live to fight another day. Getting his ass whipped on the street in front of God and everyone. But it doesn't end there. I think the message of Friday falls apart because during that fight sequence, Ice Cube picks up a 2x4. He picks up a big, brutal 2x4 and just smashes it over Debo's head. Just like does some serious back injury and head injury to Debo. Just starts picking up other weapons. He doesn't pick up a gun, but he picks up a 2x4 and he picks up like a aluminum trash can and slams it against Debo. I'm like, isn't that missing the point? Like, you're supposed to fight and get your ass kicked. But he still picks up all these weapons and attacks Debo. I completely had forgotten that's what happened. It destroys John Witherspoon's monologue right there. And it kind of has like a mixed message is what I'm saying. But to go back to like this whole murder that I witnessed on YouTube, it escalated really fast. And I think that's like happening all throughout like social media. That happens all throughout American society. Is like things escalate like really, really quickly. Situations unfold. People don't wait for the facts. People get angry. It just gets out of control way too fast. So like when I watched that couple murdered, that whole murder-suicide video up on YouTube, a video that's conveniently available on YouTube. You can Google it yourself, snow shoveling murder, or whatever you want to call it. It's still up on YouTube. Whatever you want to call that. When I witnessed it, it made me have a conversation with my girlfriend. I'm like, hey, if we're ever in a situation where somebody challenges my masculinity, I'm going to start running. Okay? And I need you to follow me. If there's somebody who just seems like irrationally angry, the goal here is not to prove them wrong. The goal is to just get hot feet and go. Just get the hell out of there. Okay? She's like, yeah, but you know, what if you know, they're our neighbor or something, and they're doing something deliberately bad to us? Like, we're not supposed to say anything? Or are we supposed to just call the cops? I'm like, no, we're supposed to just get back in our house. Get back in our house and you let them cool down. Let them cool down. Live to fight another day. And I said, if we're ever in a situation where somebody points a gun at us and says they're going to kill us, that situation is now past the point of no return. You give them money. You apologize. You say you were in the wrong. Doesn't matter if you're in the right. Doesn't matter. You just lie, whatever you got to do. You get down on the ground. You lick their shoes if they ask you to lick their shoes. You live to fight another day. Because things go from 0 to 100 in America all the time, man. And I wish I could say that I haven't known a gunshot victim. But I've known many. I've known many gunshot victims. I've known people that I grew up with murdered. I've known murder victims. They don't always catch the headlines, but I've known people that have just lost their life. One day they're here, the next day they're gone. And there's no pride in dying, my friends. There's no pride in dying. There's no pride in talking shit. Sometimes it's okay to take the L and walk away, okay? That's what I want you to glean from this whole little speech here. Just take the L. I know somebody, I don't know. I know a girl that I used to have a crush on. Strangled to death. Strangled to death in her own home. By some random guy. And then I had to read about it. Like, what the fuck? Strangled? In that situation, fight for your life, right? There are certain situations where you're like, yeah, go for it. You got nothing to lose, put your life anyway. Go for it. But know your odds. Know the scales here. If all you got to your name is a plastic snow shovel, and the other dude's got a 9mm gun, okay, read the room a little bit. Okay, you're not walking away. You're not walking away from it. Maybe telling them to shoot you is not the best move in this situation. This is where I keep dying, is these volcanoes. They like drain me of all my health. Maybe I can do like an invincibility frame. I think that's the idea here, is I'm supposed to get some meat of some kind and just go through an invincibility frame boost. Because everything else, all these other strategies, have not been working out. So we're going to invincibility boost, try and get over there with an extra life. Remember, we're playing Bonk. I'll tell you guys another story here in a second. I want to get to this boss. Santi, it's the snow shoveling video is called, I think it's just like snow shovel driveway murder, snow shovel murder. It'll show up. You type in any of those buzzwords, they'll show up somewhere. This is rough, man. Bonk is, I've kind of reached that casual filter of Bonk. His hitbox is really big. Alright, let's cool down here. And then he's got those punches. We can do this! We can do this! Stay focused on the glowy! I did it! I keep... Yatta! We did it. Now we made a new friend. Made a new friend. Don't you forget it, sweetie. It feels great to be up here in the light. Now I can find my beloved princess. Alright, we're gonna do a chat break here. I may play some Bonk too. We'll see what stream decides here. Round 4. I mean, we're breezing through it. King Drool. We don't have King Bowser. We have King Drool is the bad guy here. So let's read some chat. Delta says, people aim so low nowadays that they're trying to cancel dead people. Yeah, I heard about the David Bowie thing. Delta says, people are trying to cancel David Bowie and H.P. Lovecraft. I think people forgot how to find some meaning in life because of the internet. You only see a small percentage trying to be productive by getting into a hobby, do exercises at home. Yeah, man. That's the only thing that's been keeping me alive and happy is eating better. I've been eating better, working out at home, throwing myself into the channel, getting better, getting more tighter scripts, being more selective in what I play, and not being such a hothead all the time. Relaxing. It's all right. It's all right. We're all good here. I left a like. Thank you, J-Spot. Thank you. I'm about to crack into this Mountain Dew, this watermelon Mountain Dew. 5-1. I'll tell you what inspired today's title, by the way. You guys want to hear that? Leave a 1 if you want to hear another story. 2 if you just want me to focus on Bonk. 1 for another story. 2 if you just Bonk. Bonk only. But thank you for joining me today. It's been I wanted to plan something. I want to do like a regular cool stream kind of thing. I was looking at streaming Let It Die because my intro to this cool stream is from Let It Die. I was talking to somebody in my comments about Akira Yamaoka's like most underrated soundtracks, and Let It Die is up there for sure. His work in Let It Die, I think, is more chilling than it was in The Medium, that's for sure. Oh, and by the way, I do have a new review out. The Medium, reviewed by a Silent Hill fan. A Silent Hill fan reviews The Medium. Go check it out. Go check it out. I do let it shape my perspective. I think it's fair. I think it's fair to criticize The Medium on the basis of being not living up to its promise. At least the conflation is what I would call it. The Medium certainly wanted to tap into Silent Hill, but I just didn't think it made it that far. You can check it out in the video. We got ones in chat, all sorts of ones in chat. Ones abound, not a single 2 to be seen. I'll tell you what inspired the title of today's cool stream. So as I said, I was like looking into Let It Die. My girlfriend right now is playing this game called Atelier Ryza. You guys familiar with the Atelier series? She's playing Atelier Ryza 2. That was like her most anticipated game. That's like Ryza is like the Madden of cutesy crafting games. Like there's a new Atelier game or released a remake every year, and she's like the #1 fan. She's keeping Gust alive. I tell her that all the time. The only reason why these games are getting localized is because of you. But she's a big fan of them. So she's using the PS4 right now. The non-modded one, I should say. The one that has my Let It Die account on it. So I don't want to really mess with her game too much. So I was like, okay, well, I got to find something. And I was like, let's play some Bonk, right? because I was just in a TurboGrafx. I'm like in a weird mood of PS4 and TurboGrafx 16. Just playing a little bit of that. Like I have no desire to play the PS5, but I have like a big desire to go back and play a lot of the underrated PS4 games and talk about them, because they can be enjoyed on a PS5 if you got one of those. I do not. But I still think there's like a lot of life left in the PS4 as it is. Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. We got a super chat before I continue. From Vladlin, my boy from Discord. 449 rubies or rubles? Rubles. I'm going to say rub. I like rub. Thank you for the rub. I don't follow Manson. I have seen Manson in interviews. He was alongside psychologists, politicians, and he was the smartest person alongside them. Manson, and all right, to go back to Manson, and this is the last thing I'm going to say about Manson. I saw Bowling for Columbine when I was a teenager, right? And Manson kind of appeals to that rebellious urge on the inside, right? When you're a teenager, you look to figures that are sometimes counterculture, that are saying things that you're tired. They say the opposite of what you're used to hearing, right? So like, as a kid, you may like find yourself getting into George Carlin. You may find yourself getting into Bill Hicks. You may find yourself listening to Mudvayne. You may ask yourself, how did I get here? Why am I wearing these swishy new metal pants? Why am I listening to System of a Down on a mini disc player? What have I done? Right? When you should be listening to the Talking Heads. Well, Marilyn Manson, like, I had friends who were into him. There were a lot of chicks, a lot of those big boob goth chicks, right? They're into Marilyn Manson. And I will say something. Those big boob goth chicks are on the front line of defending Manson right now. Oh, God help me if my girlfriend's watching this shit. She's gonna be like, I heard what you said. But they haven't forgotten. They still love him. They're like, they're still into him. And that's fine. Like, you like who you like. I'm more of like, if I were to describe myself as musical taste, I was like I'm more into shoegaze and stuff. I'm a shoegazer. I'm an alternate guy, right? A lot of my guys that I'm into, they don't have really big personalities as it is. Like, their music is what they're known for, not much else. Anyways, Marilyn Manson, when I was in high school, I think even more so when I was in middle school, he was seen as a big, like, anti-Christian, like, anti-conservative figure, and people built him up as, like, there was kind of like that anti-Satanism thread prevalent, like a more puritanical view was instilled on Marilyn Manson in our schools, believe it or not. Like, you couldn't wear Marilyn Manson's t-shirts. You couldn't wear South Park t-shirts in elementary school or a middle school or what have you. My friend had a Dead Kennedy shirt in high school that he notoriously had to wear inside out because the principal came up to him and told him he couldn't wear that, right? So there was like this big mystique behind them. There was an attempt to sanitize the image and like censor them, if you will, right? And I think like Marilyn Manson represented that. Like, he was like a figurehead, the anti-religion, the counterculture. And I recognize that. Like, I never had a problem with his music. I thought it was all right. But I totally understood what he was going for. I'll never forget this, though. I was like 9 or 10 years old, and I was hanging out at my grandma's house, and I was hanging out with my cousin, and we were watching the show called Syphil and Ollie, which is a show where these sock puppets it was like a clip show, kind of like Beavis and Butthead, where these sock puppets would introduce music videos, right? And we were at my grandma's house, and we were watching Syphil and Ollie, and we loved Syphil and Ollie because we thought they were super funny. It's kind of like Beavis and Butthead. You didn't watch for the music videos. You watched to see what they were going to say or what they were going to do. And we were watching Syphil and Ollie, and they played Marilyn Manson's Dope Show music video. The one where he's like in that rubber singlet where he just looks like some asexual mannequin, right? He doesn't have like any genitalia, and he's got the red hair. He's like, we're all stars now in the Dope Show. So we're watching that. I specifically remember my grandma coming in while we're watching that. She's like, it completely broke her brain. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know how to say what to do to explain this. She's just like, let's change the channel on this. Let's just change the channel. Let's not watch this. Let's watch something else. And I do remember her like having a discussion with us, like, yeah, there's just some things that you shouldn't be watching as a kid, okay? So yeah, there was a chilling effect. They call that a chilling effect, right? When something that society deems wrong, and it could be for like religious reason. It could be for morality reasons. Like it's something that just goes against what society is trying to enforce upon you. There's a chilling effect, and I felt that chilling effect anytime I saw anything Marilyn Manson related. And even though I didn't necessarily believe he was a bad person or he was a Satanist or what have you, even though I didn't necessarily believe that, it was felt like oh, this is bad. You're not supposed to be watching this. You're not supposed to be enjoying this. Enjoying this is conflated with Satanism, right? That's the chilling effect. And so when I was a teenager, all I had heard about Marilyn Manson is like, yeah, Satanism, sexual deviant, all that sort of stuff. Maybe a little weird. Just not my thing. Then I watched his infamous Bowling for Columbine. Bowling for Columbine was his big pseudo-intellectual debut, he kind of introduced me to pseudo-intellectualism. A lot of those documentaries that I watched, I was like big on that as a teenager. I was big on watching stuff like Penn and Teller's Bullshit. I was big on like watching Michael Moore documentaries. I would watch stuff just like oddball documentaries. And Marilyn Manson's big old thing was he was talking about the Columbine shooters. And this was huge because Columbine did affect my life. Like it affected my life in profound ways that it's hard to describe to like European or people from Spain or Mexico. Like how profound of an incident. Like Columbine was like my first 9/11 kind of thing, like where it just had such a profound impact on my society and stuff that it was hard to talk about because it basically ruined a lot of good things as a child that we used to enjoy, like hunting. It ruins like comedy. You couldn't wear certain shirts. You couldn't like draw Ren and Stimpy. Things were presumed as satanic or potentially dangerous. Like, as I said, the chilling effect was found. A lot of puritanical things were like crept up on me. We were told things that we once enjoyed were wrong. We couldn't wear certain colors. We couldn't like high five or touch or like things that were just natural, part of my everyday life. Columbine ruined that because people thought, like teachers and admins thought you might be part of a gang or the Trenchcoat Mafia and things like that. It was a real thing that had a profound impact on my life that I had no control over, right? Back in middle school, I had redneck friends who loved to talk about hunting and shooting guns, riding dirt bikes and stuff like that. I grew up with hunting being a part of my natural life, and then that being like vilified, gun talk being vilified, things that promoted violence or had violent imagery being vilified, even though like it wasn't necessarily promoting it. Things like Ren and Stimpy and South Park and just drawing, comics, video games, where like the whole doom thing, all that's what was responsible. So I grew up during a time where all the things that I enjoyed on an entertainment level were then vilified. So I naturally wanted to rebel. I naturally wanted to like reject that. And for my whole life, I've kind of been like that way. Is like these critics that come out and want to apply a certain lens to something, or say an artist intended to be sexist here, an artist intended to be racist, or an artist intended to promote violence, or what have you. Like, I always second guess when somebody comes out here and says they know what the artist's intent is behind something. Even myself, I second guess myself when I say that. When I say stuff, like, I gotta like look at it deeply. I typically take an artist at their word instead of applying like whatever framework I'm working for. So Marilyn Manson, to dial it back, was one of the only people that came out during the whole Columbine situation and came out with the take that everyone should have had. Like, maybe I wouldn't come out there and start projecting all my own thoughts and feelings upon what the intent was of the Columbine shooters were, right? I won't go trying to conflate it with being a part of like doom or listening to music or watching a certain kind of film. Maybe I won't start attributing it to Satanism. Maybe I just listen. That was like my first like big Marilyn Manson, like, oh, he's pretty cool. He's listening where no one else was listening. Everyone else was talking and applying their own framework to the situation, ascribing like a causal effect to evil, right? The thing is about evil, about true killers, is sometimes there is no explanation. Sometimes evil happens. People die for dumb reasons, okay? Stupid, inexplicable reasons. And there's nothing you can do to have prevented it, if you will. And that sucks. That's like a really bad part of reality, too. But Marilyn Manson kind of came out and said, like, yeah, I'd listen. And I think he got a lot of kudos for that, because he was saying what we were thinking. Is like, yeah, maybe everyone in the media helped cause this, right? With their alarmist nature of things. So that's why I kind of don't get, I agreed with Manson on that point. Like, don't get alarmist on these things. Don't read into these situations and start ascribing your own context, like taking their words out of context, start applying, oh, you listen to this, or he played Doom. He definitely had some wisdom there. But at the same time, as I grew up, Marilyn Manson also was a pillhead. Like, he just, I realized that the whole thing was he took a bunch of pills and then thought, like, it got to his ego. Like, after that interview where people wanted to hear him speak, because a lot of people started having Marilyn Manson up on their podcasts, up on their talk shows, and they thought, like, oh, here he is, Mr. Profound Manson, right? Here's Mr. Real Intellectual. All the real intellectuals are fake. They are fake. Marilyn Manson, he's the big brain here, right? The more I started to listen to Marilyn Manson up on interviews, and I told this to my girlfriend, she got real mad. She got real mad when I told her this. I'm like, maybe he's just a drug addict, and he just says random shit to make himself sound more profound than he actually is. She goes, what are you talking about? He believes what he's saying. I was like, nah, I think he believes what would make him sound smart in the moment. I think that's the kind of guy Manson is. Like, I just don't think he's like one of the great thinkers of our time. And that was inspired by, there's this show called The Talking Dead. The Talking Dead is like a companion show to The Walking Dead. Anyway, this was like 5 or 6 years ago. But Marilyn Manson was like a guest host on that. And they had him on there. And he's like all doped out and bloated and stuff. Like, he's not the childhood image you had of Marilyn Manson. This is like really washed up, coke bloat Marilyn Manson they had on The Talking Dead. And he gave like one of the dumbest takes I've ever heard. Like he compared the governor and The Walking Dead. He's just like, maybe the governor is Adolf Hitler. Maybe the governor is Adolf Hitler and the zombies are the Jews. And I'm like, what the fuck? Where did that thought originate? Like what drug did he take to originate that thought? And I just like had a discussion. I'm like, man, Marilyn Manson just isn't all that smart. I think he said like one smart thing one time, and then he's been writing that smart thought forever. So anyway, thank you very much, Vladlin, for that super chat. Thank you for that tangent. But that's how I feel about like pseudo intellectuals in general is try not to pay too much stock into some celebrities, if you will, that say a smart thing one time. A lot of celebrities out there on Twitter, on social media, are trying to capture something like that. They want to have their Marilyn Manson, Michael Moore moment where they say something profound that nobody else has said. But here's the thing. Everyone said it's obvious. Like what he was saying was obvious. Anyways. Yeah, I don't pay too much stock in a celebrity anymore for that reason. I want to crack open this Mountain Dew. I'm so excited to taste. It's probably like room temperature now. Like I'm sweating. We're in hour 2 of this stream, so thank you for joining me so far. Ooh, nice hiss. Oh, wow. Second taste here. It's been a hot minute since I've had a Mountain Dew in general. So that's like more sugar than I'm used to. Like it's sickly sweet at this point. And I can taste the hydrogenated vegetable oil already seeping through my veins, giving me man boobs. But I will say, this is good. Really good. Major Melon here is what I'm drinking. Mountain Dew Major Melon. It tastes like Game Fuel, which I like. I do like a Game Fuel every once in a while. Every time there's a new Halo, I get a Game Fuel. This is like a lighter tasting Game Fuel, and it has like that Jolly Rancher watermelon bite to it. And it's really good. I hope this sticks around. This is a great flavor. It's not like Baja Blast that has that weird aftertaste to it. This has a nice tart aftertaste. Yeah, I recommend it. Thumbs up for Major Melon. Major Melon's delicious. Oh my God. I can't believe how good that tastes. I've had some really bad Mountain Dews in my life. I don't know if I ever told you this, guys, but there was a point in time where I had to survive off of Mountain Dew. It was like one of the only things I had to drink, besides water, of course. When I was in college, I had a meal plan where when I was a part of like the initial signing up to go to college, they like get you a meal plan, make sure you can have at least 2 meals a day in the cafeteria, like a breakfast or lunch and then a dinner. And they load you up. Yeah, it's only good for like that amount of time, so you can only get like 2 passes a day. Well, this was such a bullshit rule, but if you lost that card, which was an easy thing to do as a disorganized college kid, if you lost this shitty little plastic card, you could not get tapped into your meal ticket, your meal plan account, right? And this happened at the worst possible time. When I was in college, we had like this major ice storm. And this ice storm was so bad, it was like negative 10 degrees. You'd get frostbite on your face if you went out, right? So, I lost my meal card. I go over to the people that are running the thing, and I'm like, hey guys, I lost my meal card. They're like, it's going to be $15 to replace it. I'm like, well, I don't have $15 right now. I'm broke. They're like, well, sorry, the guy who runs this meal ticket or this meal card thing who could get your replacement, he's out on holiday. So you're just going to have to wait a couple of weeks. I'm like, well, the couple of weeks is the end of semester. I can't, so you're telling me I can't eat anything for these couple of weeks? They're like, well, you're just going to have to make alternate plans. I'm like, so I've already paid for these meals. I've already paid like $1,000 or something so I could eat these meals. I can't eat these meals. So thankfully, my grandparents helped me out. I had already like bought some food in bulk just to have on hand. So I had like a whole bunch of ramen. I had ramen, and I had bought a 24-pack of Mountain Dew Code Red. So I also had some tuna. So for about 2 weeks, I survived on ramen, tuna, and Mountain Dew Code Red. And my body felt the worst it ever felt in its life. I literally felt like death every day. But that's all I had because they shut down any way that I could get any other food. And where I was living was like way far away from all my family. And I was kind of embarrassed to tell them this too. So I didn't tell them. So I burnt myself out on Mountain Dew right after my freshman year of college. I got sick. Like I vomited at one point, and my vomit was like the color of Mountain Dew Code Red and chicken flavored ramen. So yeah, I burnt myself out. I could go back and like drink regular Mountain Dew. That was fine. But any of the like those weird flavor Mountain Dews, like Code Red, Livewire, Pitch Black, all that stuff would just make me sick. Baja Blast also makes me feel a little sick after drinking it. So, yeah, got a bad memory. Maybe I'm a terrible gamer for thinking so. Gamer Fuel doesn't have that effect on me. I don't know what it is about Gamer Fuel, but I'm totally down with it. It has that kind of that citrus offset to it. But, yeah. Moving right along here in Bonk. Let me read something here. Oh my god. What's my favorite band / musician, says Delta. I like a lot of shoegaze. I like some alternate stuff like the Talking Heads. I like the Smiths a lot. The Cure. Slow Dive. My Bloody Valentine. I like a lot of rap and hip hop. Just some beats. I like J Dilla, Danger. I like MF Doom, Danger Mouse. I could just go on forever talking about it. I won't. Dark Glaive, I hope that answered it. I gave you a hot take there. My youth is, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I felt that everything I learned in high school, especially, has been ultimately irrelevant to my life as an adult. When I went to high school was before smartphones and before like internet became synonymous. Is that what I want to say? Synonymous with just everyday living, right? It was kind of more of a luxury. It was something that I had to pay for when I had my high school job. Like my mom, she didn't see the need for internet. She'd lived her whole life without really using it. And then eventually I kind of got her into it. She was like, yeah, this is cool. YouTube had just started when I was in high school, right? So it was like a whole different world, right? I was like right on the cusp of the analog world to the digital future that we're in now. And I think I've adapted okay, but everything, like if you were to compare my high school diploma and the curriculum that I would have learned in high school compared to what's expected of kids nowadays, it would seem amateur. It would seem sophomoric, whatever you want to call it, very much lesser. And Common Core has kind of taken over public education as it is. So there's more of an emphasis on finding shortcuts to a solution, quick, immediate answers versus like critical thinking. That's the best way I can describe it. Like when I was teaching, there would be a great amount of kids that would want me to spell everything out for them. Like they didn't want to like apply their own critical lens to something. They needed me to spell everything out for them. They wanted all the bullet points, all the secrets revealed to them. And that brings me back to why I titled this video, Full Story Explained, All Secrets Revealed. Just something I'm facing as a creator, and you can stop me if I'm being too nitpicky about this or if I'm being like off color, because I don't know. It's hard to navigate these waters. It really is. There's no handbook to being a YouTuber or what have you. Like, there's just trends. People follow trends. And I'm not very good at doing that myself. Like, I follow the trend when it's a little too late, right? But one of the trends I've been noticing that depresses me as a gamer, as somebody who's just thinks about things, is the whole concept of explaining everything in a game, right? Creating a synopsis, a story synopsis video that explains all the game secrets, that gives you just an annotated Let's Play. Does that make sense? You guys seen anything? Same thing like with the Twin Peaks. That's probably a more recent one. Like, all the secrets explained. All the mysteries revealed. I think it's just like damaging to the art itself to do that. And I'm guilty of it too. Like, I made my D4 video. But I would say my D4 video is more speculative. Like, here's my interpretation. I think that's fine. Having an interpretation on events is fine. But explaining everything in great detail and, like, basically giving a whole story synopsis just robs people of thinking. And I try not to do that too much in my own videos because people will ask me, like, oh, did you not know this one thing? Or why didn't you bring up this? Or why didn't you talk about the ending? Why didn't you talk about the ending? And, like, why would I think that's a shitty thing to do. Unless that's your intention of the video. If your intention of the video is to, like, talk about an ending that's open-ended and give your interpretation on it, fine. But in the context of a regular review, if I give away the ending, if I give away everything the game has to offer, then what's the point of you playing it, is what I want to know. Like, why... If somebody tells you the entire experience and all the secrets and everything like that, like, why would you ever want to play it yourself? And then, again, for some people, it's like, I want to know this. I need to know, like, I don't want to bring up David, but David's kind of like this. Like, he needs to know every single thing inside a game before he'll go in, because he doesn't want to waste his money. I can understand that. But if you intend on playing a game for yourself, I think you should do it. Like, don't listen. Don't listen to anyone. Play the game first, then go check out, like, what people are saying about it and see if, like, your opinions match up, or maybe if you're uncertain on how you feel about a game, like, seek out some additional things. That's fine. But one thing that I'm just seeing, I guess, far too much of is bold text on a thumbnail that says, whole story explained, right? All caps, all story explained. Don't think anymore. Don't think, baby bird. And I get some feedback on my videos. Like, this morning, this is what I woke up for. This is what I woke up to. Okay? And you can tell me if I'm being unfair. I'm not going to tell you which video this is, but if you want to look it up, you can look it up yourself. Seek it out. There's hundreds of videos on my channel. Good luck. But this is what I woke up to. I don't know. I don't want to say this guy was British, but he had a total British vibe about him. No, I'm kidding. I always get like the weirdest fucking comments when I wake up. I get a notification on my phone like, hey, this person commented on this 5-year-old video that you made. And this guy was like, I can't believe I came here for a synopsis of the story. By the way, this video was a retrospective, like an entire retrospective of events, right? It wasn't just like a review. It wasn't just explaining the story. It was like explaining all the events surrounding this game's development. It was talking about why it's not a success, what could have happened in the sequel, that sort of thing, right? Like it's an all-encompassing kind of video that I made. Not just like a story synopsis. He goes, I can't believe you didn't just give me a synopsis of the stories. Like I'm watching this video and you just haven't explained the story. And it's like a 15-minute video. Okay. It's like a 15-minute video. It's not meant to do that. Right. And I replied to the guy. I said something along the line. He's like, this video's too slow. You're not talking about the story. And I told the guy, I was like, maybe Wikipedia is more of your speed. Like, that's all I said to him. And some people would be like, why would you even reply that? Why would you say something like that? It's because I get depressed when I see that. It's not like I feel insulted that he said that. I feel insulted that, like, people are so conditioned to have everything spelled out for them. Like, they need that. They need you to say everything and consider all possibilities. Like, you can't. It's an impossible task as a video creator, as just a person. You just apply your own experiences with it, and then you share it through your filter, that sort of thing, right? You can't mention everything. And the thing is, like, yeah, that video, like, that's not what the intention of the video is. And I get like weird feedback like that. Like I titled the video something retrospective. In the description of the video, I'm like, yeah, this is a retrospective about this game, why it's no longer with us, it's dead, how that happened, that sort of thing, you know? And it just makes me feel weird as a creator. Like, what are the people coming in here, like, what's their expectations for a video? Like, what do they want me to do? Do they want me to give a monotone synopsis of the plot? And I've said this before, but there are very few games that have good plots, good story, like where the story is the main feature that you tune in for, right? Very few games. I would say on the whole, video games are pretty bad at delivering stories because they're mostly derivative of something else. Even my most favorite games, like Deadly Premonition, total derivative story. Not totally, but when it comes into its own, it's good, right? But I would say it's fair to say Deadly Premonition is very derivative in what it's trying to do, okay? But it's kind of more of a sum of all of its parts deal, right? And I get this a lot. Like, people that come in expecting me to just give a total Wikipedia reading of the plot, and I guess I'm just not interested in doing that, is how I see it. And if that's unfair, like, maybe I'm like, I don't know, stereotyping. I'm not saying everyone's like this, but I get people that I just feel instantly bad for. Like, that's what you get out of life, is like, you want somebody to explain why you should or shouldn't feel this way, or give all the nuance away. Like, I don't know what to say. It just leaves me speechless. So yeah, that's kind of where the beginning of the stream went for. Another thing I also encounter is the flip side. The flip side of that person is the no spoilers allowed guy. Okay? The guy who gets instantly insulted if you talk about anything plot-wise, right? Maybe my major gripe with the game is something that is contained within the plot, or maybe I had a problem with the boss fight. Like, am I not supposed to mention anything about the story, right? It's a weird wire to walk across as a content creator. Like, what do I what do you want me to say is what I'm saying. So all I do is I give my experience on the matter from my perspective, and I just don't. I guess if you want me to just read the plot of something, then like, what's my purpose as a video creator? Like, what? Like, why am I part of this equation? Like, that just removes me. That's like one step away from being those bots that just read off Reddit posts. And some people just love that. They eat that shit up all day. They're like, yeah, that was an epic own, bro. What a great story. What a great fake story that this robot read to me on a YouTube video. I guess what I'm saying is like, that's dehumanizing. And it just makes me feel like that weird reality that some people are just being conditioned to be more drone-like in how they consume things, right? Things need to be basic. Things need to be black and white. And I don't know, that scares me. That scares me that, I don't know, maybe that's the majority of people out there, is like they don't want to feel any moment of uncertainty or uncomfortable in a moment. Let me read something here. Delta says, this is especially bad when the media's ending is left to the viewer's interpretation. That means each one will interpret it in a different way, and none is the conclusive one. Yeah, I was watching this guy. You guys know who Jonathan Blow is? The creator of Braid, the creator of The Witness. I love watching Jonathan Blow because like he kind of comes at it. He has a bit of a pretentious air about him, but I think he's well spoken in general. And that he makes other indie game developers he's not a popular voice, I would say, in the indie game community. He doesn't fit in too well. And Jonathan Blow says that a big problem with storytelling right now is that there's so many pseudo-intellectuals in colleges and what have you that subscribe to the death of the author theory, right? And he says, as a creator, the author always has an intention behind their words. They have an intention behind an edit. They have an intention behind a mechanic. They may not fully realize, like they may not actually achieve what they set out to do. And you can see that in like Suda51's work especially. Like sometimes he just does not get the game where he wants to do it. But there's always an intention behind it, right? But there's another camp that subscribe to Death of the Author. And Death of the Author basically says, well, the author's intent doesn't matter, okay? You can apply a postmodern context to whatever you're consuming, right? It's like a coloring book, right? You can draw in or outside the lines, whatever you want. You can scribble on the page. You can stay within the lines and try and justify your rationale. But the author's opinions don't matter. And he says because of this like postmodern interpretation of works, it just completely makes stories meaningless in that regard. Like if an author had a story to tell, and you come in there with your own framework, like, oh, this is actually about the genocide of the Native Americans during colonialism, and you're talking about the story about a dog that had a bad day or something like that, and the title of the book is The Dog That Had a Bad Day. There's clearly an author's intent behind it, right? So I think pseudo-intellectualism, like death of the author shit, and I saw this when I was in college too, and I saw this like coming from the bullshit artists. There's also bullshit artists in here that try and fudge their own analysis. It happens on YouTube, happens in college all the time. I need to be more careful on that section. They come in and they just start applying just whatever random thought comes to their mind, and because they apply it through a cultural lens or whatever the zeitgeist is of the era, whatever hot button issue, they take works from like the 1800s and try and put a postmodern lens on it and say, well, the author's intention doesn't matter anymore. Like, we don't have to consider what the author was thinking or how they grew up or what the relevant things that were happening within that author's life at the time, right? We don't have to take in mind that Ernest Hemingway was a struggling alcoholic, right? And he was kind of a lonely, isolated guy. Like, that doesn't matter. Ernest Hemingway doesn't matter. My opinion matters, right? So that just irks me. And Jonathan Blow's right. Don't subscribe to the death of the author. Try and understand what's going on in that person's life. And when I make a video, like a retrospective, that's what I try and go for, is like set the scene. Like, during this time in this person's life, this is what they were going through. And maybe that shows up in their art. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it shows up in their game. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's an interview where they give you the reason for why they did something, okay? Sometimes you're not afforded that and you're allowed to interpret. But I think Death of the Author has certainly been poisoning analysis for years. And I just don't necessarily agree with it. I think sometimes a spade is a spade. Sometimes when you look inside a room and you see flowers on the table, they're just flowers. Okay? There's nothing more. It's not symbolic of the childhood trauma or what have you. Sometimes they're just flowers. They put there. It's set dressing, okay? I get that a lot too. When I talk about Suda 51, I think people ascribe Suda 51 with being some profound avant-garde genius. I will say he's got a great style for sure, but I would also say he makes up a lot of it as he goes along. Like he's a high concept guy. He has ideas that sound cool at the time, and he just goes with it. But he doesn't necessarily have a deeper meaning ascribed to it. Maybe unless you're like looking at it from a Japanese political perspective, because like the 25th Ward and Silver Case are very political works. But I can't put myself in that mindset because I'm not Japanese. Didn't grow up in the 80s and 90s in Japan and know their entire political lore, if you will. Okay. So yeah, just know when you're being talked to by a bullshit artist. Okay. just recognize it when you see it. Recognize whenever you see the smug pseudo-intellectual that's trying to fill your head with some random thing they came up like it just so they can put out content into the world. Okay. I try and just let you know how I feel about a subject. Like in my last video, somebody was saying like, why didn't I talk about this famous painter that inspired some of the look of the medium? Well, it's like, because I don't know the famous painter. I don't want to come out there and lie to you. I don't want to come out there and say, yes, I was familiar with his work. I was familiar with his work from the get-go. Big fan. No, I'm not going to do that, okay? That's not what the approach was to the video. The video was to hold them to task for advertising it as like a spiritual successor to Silent Hill. Okay? Silent Hill is something I know. That's what I went for in that. And I think like when people don't recognize when you leave something out, there's reasons why you leave something out in a video. I'm not an expert in that field, therefore I left it out. I'm not an art head, okay? I can't critique it on that basis, so I'm gonna leave it out. But yeah, I don't know. You can't please everyone. All right, let me read some chat here as I'm getting munched on. Like, could they be any more brutal with these attack frames here on these crocodiles? I'm also going to look for an extra life. There we go. Right as I said that. What a terrible place to pause. Okay. Delta says, RPGs are mostly mediocre to bad when it comes to story. Only a few are able to have an interesting plot. Yeah, I mean, like, there are moments. Each game has its moment. Each game has something that makes it unique and distinguishes itself from things that come before it. But, like a Final Fantasy game. Taking Final Fantasy VI, for example. Like, if I were to say the best moments in that game, people would say the opera scene, or Kefka, the boss, or the moment like when the world's destroyed and you have to then go rebuild the team, stuff like that. They don't talk about all the downtime. They don't talk about the random NPC dialogue or what have you. There's little moments in there. Dandelion, your streams make us feel very comfortable, Hikiko. I'm so glad I can make you feel comfortable. That's the intention. I'm not trying to like shame anyone or hop on something. I'm just letting you know what I think about as a creator, as somebody who just thinks, and writes. Okay, that's all I am. I'm not some like authority on the matter. Oakland says, Blow crying over Soulja Boy was funny though. Yeah, I love that. That's a deep cut there. That's a deep cut there. I love him. I love Blow. Coloring book is a good way to sum up death of the author. Yeah. Dark Life says, it's like curtains are blue in the book because the author had blue curtains in his childhood, right? And then they bring feelings of warmth, and then some guy is like, they blue because they represent sorrow, the characters. Yeah. Sometimes they're just blue curtains. Delta says, yeah, most of Suda's games, after finishing it, I had to look up some things because of missing context or abstraction, and watching his interviews and reading a guidebooks, novels helped a lot. Nero Smith, would you rather be a shill for Grubhub or Raid Shadow Legends? Grubhub, because I would actually use Grubhub. For sure. But whoever pays more is the real answer. Don't get me twisted. If there's a moment to sell out, I'm completely selling out. If there's a moment to grab that bag, I'm grabbing that bag. Okay? I will roll around in that money Scrooge McDuck style. Okay? I will tattoo all the downvotes on my body. I don't give a fuck. Okay? The moment the money train hits, I'm riding it. Toot toot. Conductor on that. Sponsor me now. I'm easily bought. Okay? My price is low. My price is disgustingly low. Disgustingly low. I once told Tommy Tallarico that I'd review his Intellivision Amico and give it a good review if he just gave me one. I told him that. I'm willing to sell out today. Okay? I will go back if Bloober team wants to pay me money and say that they want to pay me money and say delete your video. If they paid me a couple $1,000 and said delete your review, I would do it. I would fucking do it. I'd just be like delete. Instantly. Okay? I'm here specifically to funnel all my money into stonks and silver. Probably not silver. I think silver is too hot of a commodity right now. But I'm eyeing some stuff, okay? I'm eyeing some stuff right now. I'm tuned in to the Wall Street world, and I'm holding though. Diamond hands. Hikiko money. There's this guy on the internet. I'm not going to mention him by name, but there's a whole sect of YouTube that are like all about like anti e-begging, anti-making money on YouTube. I'm like, if money wasn't a part of the equation, why would I even, have the incentive? Money is always a good incentive. Like, why would I would anyone just work at a job? Like, and I'm not going to just say at McDonald's, but any sort of job, if there wasn't any financial incentive as a driving force, like if I didn't have, Patreon and the generosity of the patrons there, I'd be lazy and not give it my best. I don't want to let people down. Money is a good motivating factor in making stuff. Like, you don't want to let people down if you're, I don't know, a normal person, I would say. And I'm transparent about this. I say that much on my Patreon. I'm like, yeah. It keeps me honest, I think. Keeps me going and to produce content and to upgrade my equipment and make a better show in the end, okay? To keep things going, to keep the show on the road. You just don't make money on the internet, okay? Don't improve your lot in life. Just don't make money, okay? Don't make any money. Never invest in yourself. Never invest in your content, in your channel. Don't improve. Just stick with that blue snowball. Just get a blue snowball is all you need. Okay? You don't need any lighting. You don't need any software. You can just mumble into a Xbox 360 headset for your whole presence on YouTube. Just do that forever, okay? You should be spending extra money on your hobby when you could have people that like what you do and invest in your channel and cheer you on, okay? That's how it should be. Just never change, never grow. I don't know. There's a certain logic behind it. I get it though. Like, there are people out there that see grifters, like straight up people that, damn, I'm getting wrecked by those rhinoceros there. Not rhinos, but triceratops skull columns. There's a certain mindset to that. I get it. There's grifters for sure. 100% people that come out there and play the game and are only focused on like hot topics, playing the algorithm. They make garbage content and they get paid for it. They get the big bucks. I don't think I'm making the big bucks, okay? And I would say, like, if you were to look at my channel from where I got started back in, like, what was it, 2015? Take my first video, right, and compare it to my most recent video. You'll see improvements in technique and editing, production, writing, brevity for sure. It's been a lifelong journey, okay? This has been one of my most proudest things that I've worked on is building something for myself, building a community and getting to talk about my passions, right? Can't ask for anything better. And then making a little money on the side ain't bad either. Like, because people hustle on YouTube is the problem, because it has this perception of being an easy job. Like, it can certainly be easy. There's an easy road you can take. You can take the clickbaity current events channel that reads other people's articles and does that, makes money. There's a hustle to that. There are people that do that, but I think there's a certain degree, like, where people recognize that you're putting in a genuine effort, like you're trying. You want to improve your craft and then improve, like, the discourse on the greater stage, right? I think there's also that too. But the anti-e-beggar communities take the worst examples. Like, there's no nuance to this opinion, by the way. The opinion is any form of money made on the platform is ill-gotten, if you will. And that's just not the case. There are people out there that have made whole careers on the platform that do good things out in the world. And I'm not necessarily comparing myself to them, but there are, like, non-for-profit organizations like Special Books for Special Children, one of my favorite channels out there. If you guys haven't seen that, like I think it's Special Books by Special Kids. It's a channel that highlights people with severe disabilities, or just people that have greater challenges that you and I may never face. And they get to tell their stories. And it's like a completely wholesome, non-for-profit organization. They survive based on their earnings on YouTube and their patrons and stuff like that. And they get to run their organization. They get to go and interview these people that don't have their stories told, right? So, like, when you go out there and say there's nobody out there that's doing it or that have, I guess, good intentions for making money on YouTube, you're just, like, deliberately ignoring that there's plenty of people out there doing great things on YouTube and improving the craft, maybe making content that people are interested in that doesn't exist anywhere else. They're fulfilling a niche, if you will. I feel Hikikomori Media fulfills a couple of niches for people out there. They enjoy it. I enjoy making it, right? I enjoyed making it before I made a single dollar on here. Still the same. Nothing's changed, right? But I feel people like that are very narrow-minded in their criticism. Because they take people that are obviously doing it for money, that have no passion for what they're doing, and saying that applies to everyone else. And it's just, I think that's unfair. Little unfair. You don't have to agree with the channel making money. You don't have to agree. But to like say my intentions are ill, and to say my intentions are that. But even if they were, what if I just said, fuck it. I'm just going to spend all my money on chicken sandwiches. Fuck it. I'm going to buy myself a golden cock ring with all my Patreon money. Okay, I'm going to wear that, and I'm going to think about you. My Jacob's ladder. Every time I look down at my golden Jacob's ladder, I'm going to think about you. Do you really care? The answer is no. You don't really care. Like, it's as I said, I'm not going out there willy-nilly with my money. There are people that do. But how are you going to know either way? How are you going to know either way? So yeah. As I said, there is a degree of separation between the grift and the people that are passionate about it. I wouldn't call myself like, not excited. Like whenever I get a new patron, like part of my head doesn't go, whoa, that's pretty cool. It's nice to make some money. Yeah, making money is great. Whatever you do, if you're able to turn a hobby into revenue in some little way. Like I'm not making $1 million here. Okay. We still are. I would still categorize the channel as a shoestring budget. I enjoy it. Very happy with it. And it does go towards things like the lights, things like the set, things like resources. So I'm very fortunate to be a part of this, and it keeps me motivated, keeps me honest. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like people pay for the content they want to watch, and that's like not any different in any part of life. Like why is YouTube the exception to this rule? Like people buy a streaming service. They'll a la carte. They'll purchase a movie. They'll buy the things that they want to see. It's no different. So thank you. My main point was, yeah, thanks for supporting, but I don't know how I got on that tangent. You guys are great at getting me to go on tangents. Donut Sama says the kind of effort you put in to finish Yakuza Fury. Yeah. Nobody else went out of their way to try that, right? Nero Smith, Hikiko was selling clocks with his face on them. Don't let him tell you otherwise. Was I? Oh, I do need to make one piece of merch. I said I'd make a sticker. I did make a whole bunch of emotes, stickers, super chat stickers for the channel itself. So if you are a member, if you got the Hassie cans, I did make those, the digital ones. I do need to make a physical object. Getting distribution's kind of a hard part. Like, I got to find a distributor. Like, when I make a sticker, it's how do I get that stuff printed and get it out to that person? So that's a little something that has taken me some time. I am working with somebody who's a better artist than me. Like, I graphic design. I make the stuff you see. I made the frame. I made the logo. I made this. Hold on. I made this. Okay. I can make some basic things, but there are better artists that I want to get in touch with. And the thing is, like, when I make a deal, I want to make sure that they get paid for their stuff in it. So that's like a whole nother side of that. So if I don't end up making my own piece of merchandise, it's a matter of negotiation. So now we're not going full shill mode yet. Oakland says that's a great channel. Puts shit into perspective. Yeah. Oh, Special Books by Special Kids. Yeah. It's a really good channel. I recommend everyone watching it. Like, anytime you feel like your life, you're having a problem and you need to, like, put everything back into perspective and realize, like, maybe the problem is not as big as what some of these people are facing, you know? Definitely check it out. And not just for that reason, but just because listening to their side of the story and their, like, how they deal with everyday life is also very intriguing. I like to hear different points of view in general, but especially that channel is just so pure and wholesome, and that's very rare. It's very rare to get something on that level. So yeah, I recommend it. Oh my god, what did I miss? My cat was calling me. My cat's been calling me. Old cat's been calling me. Should I let him in? 1 in chat if I should let in old cat. 2 in chat if I should give him a treat. 1 if I should just let him in. 2 if I should give him a treat. What do you want to see? 1 in chat for letting him in. 2 in chat if I should give him a treat. The Dark Lave, you're fine, my dude. It's nice hearing your takes. It's honestly kind of a comfy place. Well, thank you. I like having a comfy stream. So, Hikiko, what's the next video in the pipeline? There's a couple of things I'm kicking around. Primarily because I'm trying to gauge interest. Like, I'm on this thing where I'm making shorter videos that are easy to come out, but I have something in my head right now that would be on the longer side of things, because there's a big game coming out, a really big game coming out from a series that's important to me. And I'm wondering if I should just, like, make a full-blown video, like a full-blown crazy video. And I've got a little time to make that. But it would require a lot of work. So I'm weighing some options, because I just released a video. So if you haven't seen it, the Medium video's out. That took me a little bit to make. A lot of research on that one. But I'm aiming for something shorter. So without getting into particulars or spoiler territory, I'm aiming for something a little bit like 10 to 15 minutes instead of 20 minutes. Little shorter experiences, maybe a bit more clickbaity, a little bit more. The goal is, and just to be transparent as possible with you guys, is if you looked at my last video, my last video is I made a couple of recommendations. They call this the content loop. I put in like a card for my Remothered 2 video. So, like, you can go back and watch that. As well as at the very end, I recommended my Deadly Premonition retrospective. Last year, I made some crazy, meaty, long content. And this year is I'm still making high quality content. It's shorter, and it also serves to go back to my backlog of content for new people. Okay. At this stage right now is I'm introducing myself to a lot of new subscribers and introducing them to older content because the algorithm doesn't always do that. And some people just won't click on your page and look at all the playlists that you spent all that time making. So the goal of a lot of this shorter content is to make faster content shorter to the point, and also introduce people to like my more meaty retrospectives, if you will, a gateway, if you will. So that's what I'm doing. I'm seeing a lot of 2s in chats. I see a 1. 3, give him some money. Okay. Let's get him in here. I'm gonna get Old Cat real quick. Let's get him in here. Okay. Are you guys ready? Can you guys see me? We're gonna do the trick. We're gonna do the trick. Get Pa. Come on. Come on. Give it. Give me that paw. Yes! My boy! My boy did it! Alright. This is what Old Cat... Here's the cool stream snacks for Old Cat here. We got Temptations, catnip. Catnip infused. The Old Cat Tree Lottery right there. Make it rain on the Old Cat. Oh my god. We're gonna leave him in here. That was adorable. Thank you, Akimbo. We're gonna continue on at this game. We'll leave him in here for a bit. My old man is like 18 years old. When I call him Old Cat, he's an old ass cat. I had him. God, I've had him forever. But he's a healthy guy. I feed him mostly an all meat diet, with the exception of treats. When about 3 or 4 years ago, he had a UTI, a urinary tract infection, caused by, I think it was like kidney stones or something like that. And that can be fatal for a male cat. Like, I almost lost him because of a UTI, which sounds strange, because that's usually something that can be cleared up easily. And I spoke with a vet, and they're like, yeah, a lot of things you don't realize as a pet owner is that dry food is filled with tons of additives like corn. Oh my god, I'm getting owned here. I may have to save state this part. Jeez, they're so brutal. So, you may not realize this, but a lot of dry foods for animals contain fillers like corn. And corn is something that animals have a hard time processing it because they don't have the enzymes to break it down. And for a lot of his life, he just had dry cat food, right? It wasn't anything too crazy. And inside that dry cat food, there's the corn. There's a whole bunch of other like uric acid that builds up crystals and can cause them UTIs. So the vet's just like, yeah, one way to combat this is to just switch over their diet to an all meat diet. And I was like, are you sure about that? Like, that seems like really extreme, because all he's had is dry cat food for the most part for his whole life. They're like, oh, wet cat food is how most cats biologically they're geared for wet cat food. They get all their sustenance. They get even sometimes their hydration, like all their daily water, from absorbing meat. And he told me this whole like thing. He's like, back in ancient Egypt, there wasn't an abundant source of water for cats, and they survived off of just eating mice and other smaller prey, and they got all their sustenance and nutrients out of meat. And he's like, they're all designed to process meat better than anything else. And he said when they have a all meat diet, their coat's going to be shinier. They're not going to lose as much hair. They won't have any UTI problems, thankfully. So he hasn't had any issues like that since we switched him over to all meat. I give him the occasional crunchy, like he's an old man, so sometimes he doesn't go and drink his water like he should. I'm going to save state here, by the way, so we can get through the rhino part. So sometimes he doesn't drink his water, or he doesn't brush his coat as much, and he gets a little dirty, so I have to do stuff like brush his coat out. I brush his coat out like once a week. But one thing that can develop a lot when cats get older is plaque in their teeth. Like, their teeth are harder to care for because I guess it's something to do with dry mouth. It starts with dry mouth. They don't drink as much water as they should. So a way to like help them, because like I provide him with plenty of water, don't get me wrong, and I have to remind him to go and drink more water. Like, I have to like hide his food bowl so he's like not constantly eating food, and drink some water too. But one thing that's pretty good, and I'm not a vet, so don't take this as medical advice, just look into it. One thing that's pretty good for cats at his age is kelp. There's kind of like this over-the-counter thing you can get them that's like all kelp based, and it helps them like from the inside out, not just on their teeth, but it helps destroy a lot of that plaque buildup and reduces inflammation. So their teeth maintain a healthiness. Because I heard, like, I was reading up on this situation. When cats reach old cat's age and their teeth start acting up, a lot of vets will remove or extract their teeth as kind of like a quick solution. And I'm like, well, I don't want that. I don't want him to like have all of his teeth yanked. Like, if you catch it early on, you can combat that. But another thing is, since he's old and tooth extraction is like a possibility, they may want to put him under anesthesia. And putting him under anesthesia could potentially kill him. There's a good chance it may kill him. So we didn't want to go that road. So basically, we've been watching his diet, making sure he's been getting his water. I actually brush his teeth, too. He's such an old man. There's a toothpaste you can get for cats. It's not like human toothpaste. It's like more of a mixture of enzymes that are healthy for his mouth. And I brush his teeth, and I give him the kelp, and he's been doing so much better. Like, his gums aren't as inflamed. So I'm very happy with that. I've saved this. You guys don't even realize how many times I've saved this dude's life. He doesn't even realize it. He takes it for granted. But I've saved this dude's life. But he's the oldest pet I've ever had. Sometimes he's annoying just because of his old age. I don't know. My girlfriend's like, oh, he's going senile. I don't think he's senile. I think I just raised him to be stubborn. I spoiled that cat. What can I say? You can hear him. He's begging for more. Because he knows the bag's still in here. But yeah. Yeah, I don't want to lose him. I love old cat. He's the oldest pet I've ever had. me read some chat here. Cats are carnivores by nature. That is true. They are hunters. No, cats are obligate carnivores. They have to eat meat. Yes. Did you give them raw meat or cooked? A vegan diet is starving them of the nutrition. Well, I mean, it wasn't when I fed him dry cat food. There was other things I would feed him too. Like it wasn't just an exclusively dry diet. Like I'd give him cans. Like there was a Fancy Feast and other things. Like I'd give him milk and probably some things he shouldn't have. I'd give him snacks. Gave him hot dogs every once in a while. Some chicken. But it wasn't specifically just meat. So about 5 years ago when I changed him over to meat exclusively, he was doing good. But, I mean, like, that's something you don't know necessarily as a pet owner, that dry cat food could be potentially harmful to them. So, yeah. And no, like, as I said, he wasn't full, but ever since we made that switch and got him off the dry cat food, because, like, I also gave him like those special dry cat foods, you know, the ones that are kind of moist. Like, oh, this one has turkey and beef and all that. What is up with these crocodiles? Gosh darn it. Okay. Like, I don't know how to escape them without dying in return. Jeez. This is brutal. But yeah, like a lot of those over-the-counter dry cat foods are bullshit science. They'll be like, "Oh, this is all natural, all vegan, all cage-free animals that went in. All the horses were cage-free that we ground up and put it into this cat food, right?" But yeah, all the meat is pre-cooked, of course. It's like shelf stable, if you will. I don't just give them raw chicken or anything like that. But pre-cooked meat, I guess you could say. But he likes it. He's very picky too. He only likes a certain brand. He only likes like a certain flavor. He loves gravy. Really anything with gravy in it, he's a fiend for. And cheese. Anytime I'm eating something with cheese, I have to watch my bowl because I've caught him before hopping onto my plate and licking the plate. I can't leave cheese out in front of Old Cat, so that's another thing. Getting past these crocs, these killer crocs. Now he's spoiled for attention. He wants it. I also have 2 sugar gliders. I don't think I've ever shown them off on stream. I'd say they're mostly my girlfriend's pets, but I care for them sometimes. When she's not around, I feed them and spend time with them. But I have 2 sugar gliders. I can't say they're Australian. My girlfriend was gifted them. I think they came from one of those like sugar glider mills or something like that. They came from like some crack house where some lady was breeding a bunch of sugar gliders. They may be products of incest. I'm not quite sure, but I love them. Chica and Cooper. I'll have to show them off on stream sometime. But they're nocturnal animals, so if I woke them up right now, they'd be pissed. They sleep all day and they eat food all day and run on their wheel. But mostly they sleep and they'll occasionally wake up for a snack. And then at nighttime we spend all the time with them, and they're wild. They're interesting animals. I had never seen a sugar glider or knew what they were up until we started owning one. But they also have pretty particular diets and things they can have, things they can't have. They're very active creatures. They like to run around and spring off of things. They're not considered prey for cats though. Like my cat won't attack them. He kind of is annoyed by them mostly because they like to go up and bite him. They like to see old cat. Old cat will just be like minding his own business, just sitting. I call him a chicken cat because he sits like a little rooster, just like chilling on one arm of the couch, and then one of the sugar gliders will go up and just bite him. And he doesn't attack him. He doesn't attack him, but he will like growl or just like wow. You'll hear a yelp. All right, I'm gonna save state. Come up here. You want all this attention? Come up here. Get in frame. I don't want to hear it. Okay, we're save stating because this part is brutal. Like, I don't know what the good move is here. Maybe knocking him into the hole? He just respawns. How many hits does it take to knock these? Do I just have to keep, like, knocking them into a pit or something? Okay, they go out in, like, 5 hits. Just take it slow. Take it slow, gamer. I would really appreciate it if they drop a heart or something. Because they do some massive damage. Oh, there's some meat. We can do some meat. Yeah. But that's the animals in my life right now. I've had all sorts of weird animals growing up. I've had, like, bunny rabbits. I had chickens. That was the weirdest thing ever. I raised chicks. One Easter, my mom came home with a blue chick. She got it from a flea market. Okay, let's load state. She got 2 chickens, like baby chicks, from a flea market that were dyed blue and pink. She's like, well, I was at the flea market and they look so sad. They were dyed blue and pink. I had to get them. I'm like, how is it that, like, what is happening here? She's like, I guess, like, while they're in the egg, they put dye on them and they come out this color. I'm like, what the hell? That's terrifying. She's like, I couldn't just leave them there. And then so for a time in my life, I grew chickens. I grew chickens, and we had like a whole section of my basement dedicated to growing chickens. Like, we made a little makeshift stable. We had seeds and stuff. I'd go out and hang out with them. I'd have to, like, segregate the cats from that room, make sure they never went in there. And when they grew into, like, full-size chickens, my mom sold them to a farm. So they may have been, I may have eaten my own chickens at one point. I'm not sure. But, yeah, I grew chickens. I grew rabbits at one point. Rabbits are pretty cool. Rabbits are very intelligent creatures, and they're a good pet to have. Like, they can roam around your house and they can learn some tricks. They know their cage. They know their way around. But I don't really like caged animals of any kind. Like, I'm not against it. It has to. There's a part to how society works, like where animals do have to be caged, but in a domestic sense, like as a pet sense, I'm not like having a huge fan of caged like animals that have to be in cages all the time, or at least a large majority of their life. Like ferrets. Ferrets are pretty dirty animals. Birds. Not a bird guy in general. Birds are like the worst animals, I think. Having a bird, unless it's like some you got to be a dedicated pet owner if you got a bird. Especially with old cat over here. I couldn't keep a bird in this house with him. I'm going to do a different save slot because I'm not feeling good on this one. So we're going to change it to save slot 1. Guinea pigs. Oh, God. No, thank you. They're so noisy. Cooper as in Dale Cooper? Yep. You guys ever had a hamster? You guys worried? You're worried about Coop? Don't be worried about Coop. Coop's just fine. Coop's a fighter. You guys ever had a hamster in your life before? Hamsters are cute. Hamsters are like a weird hobby project for some people. There are some people that just love building tunnels and getting all these connecting parts and then putting that. They're like a weird scientist experiment, right? People just love the idea of having hamsters, but as a pet, they're just, I don't know, sadness waiting to happen. They have such a short lifespan. Every hamster I've owned, and I've taken good care of them, so let's not get down that road there. I've taken good care of them, but every hamster that I guess has been in my family, not necessarily my pet, but they just like die in a couple of years. They have such a short lifespan, and like you could just be treating them the best way possible, and it could just be like how they're bred too. Like a lot of these hamsters are born with terrible genetics because they were born in a pet shop or born in a hamster mill of some kind. So like they really don't have great genetics to begin with. But having a hamster is just like, you don't have enough time with the animal to build like a really good bond with it. But at the same time, like it's sadness. Yeah. Like there's a sad day waiting to happen. They also can be like very expensive animals too, because you're like constantly changing out their bedding. You got to buy like special food for them. You got to make sure their cage is safe, and know their personality. Like you're not just buying balls for them, like where they could go crazy and get trapped in it. Like I've heard horror stories. Okay, I'm not gonna tell you all the horror stories I've heard, but I will tell you my horror story. When I was going off to college, my mom she got a hamster for my brother, and this hamster this hamster liked to gnaw on things, and we got it like, I guess they call it a cuddle bone or something like that. Maybe that's for birds. We got it something that they can gnaw on because like hamsters' teeth are growing all the time, and they've got to kind of whittle them down over time because they're grazing animals, and their teeth grow constantly because they have to like eat through rough things. So while I was away at college, I get this call in the middle of the night from my mom. She's like, "Miles, I need to borrow $200. I'm like, "What happened?" She goes, "The hamster started chewing on the cage. Like we had like one of those basic hamster cages. The hamster just started chewing on the cage and got its teeth stuck into the cage somehow. Like I don't know how it was because I wasn't here to see it, but the teeth got stuck into the cage, and she was calling me from the vet, and she's like, "Yeah, we gotta get these removed. Like they gotta surgically remove the teeth from this hamster because it got caught in the cage." I'm like, "Oh my god!" So I gave her the money, and I get a call the next day. I'm like, "Hey, how's everything going with the hamster?" I was like, "Is there anything they can do for it?" She's like, "Yeah, from now on, this hamster's not gonna have two front teeth." I'm like, "What?" Like, "Yeah, they had to remove the whole teeth." I'm like, "They removed the whole teeth?" They're like, "From now on, we've got to take all of its food and put it into a blender for the rest of this hamster's life. Put the food into a blender and then only give it soft foods for the rest of its life." I'm like, "Oh my god, that's awful." And then 2 months later, when I came back from college, the hamster just traumatically died. There was nothing we could do. Like they just like hamsters have an expiration date, right? And there's nothing you could do to prevent it. It just started dying, and it just went downhill really quickly. And we were told by the vet, they're like, yeah, when hamsters die, like their body starts sweating really quickly, and then like they just kind of go to sleep, and it happens. And that was really something that stuck out. I know, old cat, I'm sorry I told you that story. You're not gonna die that way. You'll have a peaceful death. But yeah, it all goes downhill. And they said it's because modern hamsters are domesticated in such a way, or they're bred in such a way, in America at least, that they don't have longer lifespans in general. So that sucked. I didn't mean to bring the stream down with my dead hamster story, but it's a reason why I won't get a pet like a hamster, because you only spend so much time, and like in that time we spent so much money caring for that hamster and trying to keep it alive, and follow a very special diet and getting it, like removing its teeth, just horrible things. And like I can't remember one positive memory with that hamster in general. And I don't blame the hamster. It's not the hamster's fault. But I wouldn't recommend it. I'd say they're on the lower tier of animals. Like if you're going to go with an animal, make sure it's a commitment. Make sure it's a commitment you can fulfill. And old cat is like 18 years in. I think he doesn't realize how good he's got it. I don't even tell you. I don't think I told you how I got old cat. Did I ever tell you guys? Stop me if I have. How I got him. Let me read some chat here. I'll tell you how I got old cat. Let me get some snacks real quick. I need to take a quick pee. I'm gonna take a quick pee and get a snack. I'm back. Can you hear old cat? He can't decide if he wants to come in. He can't decide if he wants to come in or not. I hate that. He's like right outside the door. The door is open. He can come in, but what he wants me to do is pick him up and put him in here. Here's my stream snack. This is a bowl of Cinnamon Life cereal with milk. It's pretty good. I like a very basic tasting cereal. We got Donut Sama saying they have a very short lifespan. 5 years at most. They're assholes too. Yeah. One thing we were told about was when you get sugar gliders, you have to kind of keep them in separate cages at first. to kind of get used to each other, because there are some sugar gliders that are cannibals. They will eat other members of their colony if they get pissed off and attack each other. So that's one of those things. I'm sure hamsters would probably fall into that. I'm sorry to hear that, Donut Sama. Jeez. I am so sorry to hear that, Donut Sama. Yeah. Giant land tortoise, Hikiko. You won't regret it. What is that? Is that a game? Oakland is a fan of Cinnamon Life. Me too. Like, I get a craving for either super salty or super sweet, but I think Cinnamon Life strikes a nice balance. It's got that cinnamon offset, but it's not too sweet like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. And I find Cinnamon Toast Crunch doesn't absorb milk well. It doesn't have the ridges on inside of it, and it just cuts up my mouth. I don't know how to say it any nicer than that, but it cuts up my mouth. Mukbang time, says Delta. A gimbal was taken. I had a hamster that was so tame that he would sleep on my chest. We used to take naps together. That's awesome. I'd be worried about crushing it. I roll around in my sleep, man. Yeah, turned into an eating ASMR. Listen, guys. Listen. According to the metrics here, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours on this Bonk game. I wasn't intending it to go that long, but I do it for you. But I gotta eat. I get so hungry from talking. It's a good break too. They call this a reprieve, right? From the usual. We're closing in on the end of Bonk. We're almost at the end. My friend Mark, M-Y-R-K, Roaming Merc, up on Twitch. He's been speedrunning Final Fantasy IX. And the average, like, Final Fantasy IX speedruns, like 7.5 hours or so. It's like a quarter of the day for Final Fantasy IX. So I've been watching him. The thing is, speedruns of RPGs are so high stakes that your run can be ended by one little thing in the middle of the game. Like, he was streaming the other night, and one of the bosses got a cheap roll and, like, casted water a couple of times and just knocked out his party. And he was about 3 hours in, and he had to restart. You got to be a certain kind of gamer to have endurance like that. I tell them all the time, drink water, stay hydrated. Because that's what goes first. You start getting really thirsty. But I also get pretty hungry too. All right, let me polish this off when we get back to Bonk here. I'm gonna slurp it all for you. Oh, that was delicious. I love cereal milk. That's probably the best part of the whole cereal experience. All right, old man. Old cat didn't want to come back in, so it's just you and me now, chat. Hikiko, have you ever played the Digimon World video games? I'm not going to pretend to be a fake fan. I had a friend who was into them. I always thought they were kind of lame. I was more of a Pokemon guy. I always thought Digimon was like the dollar store Pokemon. I may be wrong about this, okay? My opinions aren't always based in reality. If you didn't know by now. But yeah, I had a friend who was into it. I watched him play like the PlayStation 1 version of that. Personally, I always thought Monster Rancher was like one of the coolest because of the whole CD thing. But no, I never really got into it. But I have friends who swear by it. Like I had a friend who always recommended. He kept recommending me like the Digimon game on the Vita. He's like, if you want to get into Digimon, you need to play the Vita one. But I think he was saying that because he's like the world's biggest Vita fan. I consider myself like a big fan of the Vita, but not as big as my one friend. He was like dyed in the wool #1 Vita stan. So I think it was getting like some bonus points for being Vita, but yeah, I think it was like Digital Cyber Sleuth or something like that. Now's the time, by the way, to be collecting Vita games. If you want to be collecting Vita games, get on that, because I guarantee people are starting to come around and realize how awesome of a system it was. I like it better as a handheld than I did the Nintendo Switch. And the Switch ain't bad, but the Vita just like captured everything I was looking for in the PSP. The PSP is like on paper a really bad design in general. I think UMDs and the Pro Duo memory card early on were kind of, I don't know. They were a limiting factor for that system, if you will. It really constrained the experience you could have, potentially. And I think I started enjoying the PSP more after I modified it and like put NES games and PlayStation 1 games and played through it there. But there are some standout titles for sure on the PSP, but I just thought the Vita was the perfect system. The 2 analog sticks were comfortable. It made sense in its design. Like, you could have more robust games. The PSP, I just didn't... That plastic ridged joystick, whatever you want to call it, I don't know. But I thought it was cool at the time, the PSP, with the being able to watch movies and stuff on the go. It seems like a common thing nowadays, but it wasn't back then. Anyways, what am I talking about? Oh yeah, the Vita. I will have something Vita specific to show you guys very soon. I'm waiting on it in the mail. But there is something very Vita related coming, and you will see it show up in every one of my videos going forward. We'll say that. But I think the Vita just never got its due day. Its time in the sun. And I think people were ready for a portable system, if you will. The Vita specs weren't that far removed from the PlayStation 3, from my knowledge. And it could deliver very, like, involved experiences if Sony was willing to invest in it. The Uncharted game on it's good. The Killzone game, like, not my flavor, not my cup of tea, but I enjoyed what I played of it. Are we entering the boss? Okay, we may be in boss territory. I got to be careful here. I love the color scheme. This is what I'm talking about. Those striking, contrasting oranges and blues right there. Oh, is this boss rush time? Is that what they're gonna have me do? What's going on here? Somebody, please explain the lore of Bonk now. Alright, please don't let this be a boss rush of all of them back to back. I don't know that I could make it. God. Could be anything. I'm not looking forward to a boss rush. Oh, okay. I think it's just his friends trapped right there. Let me pause. I'll read some chat real quick. Delta says, I don't understand the appeal of speedrunning. It looks like the runners get so stressed out that they make mistakes, so that's not 100% healthy. My friend Mark's just a really big fan of Final Fantasy IX, and he enjoys the speedrunning community. I think that's another thing people don't realize is the speedrunning community is very supportive of one another. It's a rare thing to find in any community. Like, I was a part of his stream the other night, and there were some, like, top-tier Final Fantasy IX streamers. They'd come in there, they'd re-host them, they'd give them subs and other things like that, and they're just like, hey, I just got off work, I'm checking you out, or give him tips while he's running and things like that. It's a pretty cool community, I think. So that's part of the appeal. It's not all just like the weirdos you see up on AGDQ and the cringe lords and stuff like that. There's some real bona fide people in there that just are doing it for the love of the speed run. And that's a side that's really not often seen. Donut says, love the Vita. It had Criminal Girls. Makes it the best portable system ever. A Vita video? Nice. Not necessarily just a Vita video. I'll say that. Jose says, hi, Hikiko. What are you up to? Just playing some Bonk. About to finish it up here. Delta says, oh, man, the PSP was my whole world when I got it as a teen. I wanted to buy a Vita, but I got no cash, so it will stay in my dreams. You can probably pick up a Vita real cheap nowadays. And there's all sorts of, like, modifiers you can do for the memory problem. Ferris is in here. Hey, Miles, check out the Sonic the Hedgehog 2 film teaser. Is that out? I will say I did like the Sonic the Hedgehog 1 movie. 1 year ago today. Well, not today, but sometime, I think it was in February, for my birthday last year, before the world went crazy, the last film I went to go see with friends was Sonic the Hedgehog. That was my last with friends. Like, I've been to one other movie since, but it's not a thing I like to do because of obvious reasons. But the last movie I saw in theater with friends on my birthday, I think it was Kirk, David, and my girlfriend. Oh, David's son was there too. We all went to go see Sonic the Hedgehog. And we went in with really low expectations as it was. Because we're just like, yeah. But then they went through with the whole redesign thing. So they were listening to people's concerns. It wasn't a Sonic's arms aren't blue or arms aren't blue situation, right? It wasn't one of those. But like his original design was legitimately unsettling, I should say. And we found ourselves laughing and having a good time, especially with Jim Carrey. Like, I wasn't expecting Jim Carrey to give a funny, energetic performance. He has been more on a, like, rebranding himself kick where he does serious movies and mumblecore dramas. But Jim Carrey gave it a lot of enthusiasm and channeled his old Ace Ventura stuff and the Mask body language kind of deal as Robotnik, and he made it a fun movie. And David's son seemed to enjoy it too, which is the target market for it, you know. And it was one of those things that multiple generations of people could get into, and I had a good time. And they had some good nods. Like, I'm not all boned up on my Sonic lore, but they had some good nods to, like, the chili dogs and other little memes in there. So, yeah, like, as I said, I'm not the world's biggest Sonic fan, but there was something I could take away from there enjoying it. It's just like a dumb, fun movie. And I would recommend it. And I will go see the second one, because the second one seems to be, like, taking after Sonic 3 and Knuckles. So we're entering, I guess, like the mushroom zone or what have you. And then Jim Carrey's going to be big fat Robotnik. So that sounds pretty cool. All right, I saved the state here, but I want to go down here. This may have been a mistake. That was a mistake. Good thing. I just wanted to see. Okay. Sonic movie's not too bad. Just don't go in with... Just go in with a good comedy expectation. This is King Drool here. He's the big bad. If you wanted to come in for the lore. You guys got... What is this? Moon gravity here. Yeah, we got some... we're like on the surface of the moon now, I guess. Bouncy castle physics. Yeah, I'll go check that out after the stream. I wonder if that's going to come out this year or next year or what. I will... Okay, I'll give you... I'm not going to give you any stonk tips here. But I will tell you that I invested in AMC just a little bit. Not like a whole bunch. I did the AMC thing. I will, and it's because like AMC is stationed in Kansas City, and it's a huge presence over here, believe it or not. Like they kind of own the monopoly on all the major theater circuits around here, and they've survived a lot of financial crises in the past, and I imagine they're going to get some sort of bailout from our government at one point. But just from a personal standpoint on AMC, when this whole situation's over with, people are going to want to go for theaters, even though like they bought 4K TVs and there's a billion streaming services. People are going to want to go out and do something. So I feel at a certain point, there may be a rise in the stock. Not a financial advisor here, mind you. I'm just saying that's how I feel. And it's a long-term investment. I'm just going to hold it out and watching what happens. That's it. But I do have plans on going to see that new Sonic the Hedgehog movie for sure. I'm not a very... Believe it or not, I'm not a snob when it comes to too many movies. Like, I'm willing to go in with an open mind on some things, except for Marvel movies. I just really don't like the tone of most Marvel movies, and I find them to be boring. But if somebody invites me to go, I'm not going to turn my nose up at it. Like, if a friend's like, hey, let's go see a movie, let's go see a movie. But for me, I tend to go to, like, more independent features and stuff. Films by A24, if that makes me sound pretentious. But I go see a lot of anime in theaters, and I see a lot of like really small indie stuff if I'm going to go to a theater. And all the mainstream stuff, I tend to just watch at home. I'm not a huge fan of the theater going experience in general, but it's nice for certain movies. Like when you go to an action movie like John Wick, and you go to one of those IMAX theaters that have all the bells and whistles and stuff like that. Ooh, we got an extra life. I think I'm feeling good about this. When you go see like a movie that was designed for the theater experience, like John Wick or something, like that's more of what I'm into there. But yeah, when I go, it's smaller productions. All right, we'll take the L on that one. Bop, bop, bop. Use them iframes. Is that it? Can't be it. Always be bonking. Always be bonking. ABB. ABO. Oh, come on. You can hit him from underneath there, but I don't know. Just with his projectiles. He's going to pop up again. This is a good game, though. I own this for the turbo graphics, okay? I'm not a full-on pirate. I do own this. Oh, what was weird is when I picked this up, I bought it from like some secondhand video game shop, and when I took it home, I took out the Hue card, as they call it. Took out the Hue card out of the package. I'm gonna redo that fight because I can't afford to lose 2 lives there. 1, I'm supposed to because I only got like 1 health left, but I took out the Hue card, and when I looked inside the package, there was a copy of Bonk 2. So they sold me Bonk 1 and 2 for the price of 1. It was nice. It was a good deal, too. Like, I got into the TurboGrafx before they've hit the ridiculous prices they have now. TurboGrafx is almost more expensive to collect for than NES nowadays. I would say it's because it exists in a more specific niche. But I don't think the demand is as high as NES, though. Like, you'll pay more for a TurboGrafx game, but you'll have a hard time selling it. Whoa! Got him! That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. I'll be satisfied with that run. I think we got one more guy before the final boss. Let me read some chat here. What's Old Cat's name? His name is Old Cat, Ferris. That's his name. I went through the desert on a cat with no name. Jim Carrey was so cool as Robotnik. If it was like 90s Carrey, I agree with that. Delta says, the last movie I watched in cinema was Birds of Prey. Oh my god, you went to that? No way, man. I'm sorry. It was a great nap. Okay, well, at least you got that out of it. How often do you stream? I couldn't catch this one sooner, sadly, says Jose. About once a week. Once a week. Usually, I try and set it right after I release a video, so it's just not completely streams. You get a video, you get a stream, and if I have like a good idea for a stream. Typically, I don't stream unless I have something in a rant about or something fun to talk about. Oakland says, I know this is RetroArch, but you really should get a PC Engine Mini. Maximum comfy. I probably wouldn't play it, is my problem. Like, now that everything's on my Series X right now, it saves a lot of the guesswork and a lot of the debate in my head. My problem is I'm like, oh, what am I going to play? What do I got to get? What do I got to get out? Got to find the plug in the plug. Like, that's already too much for me nowadays. I just got to go. I just want to go. But yeah, it does look cool. Muhammad says, random Hikiko, but when you went to Japan, did you go with a friend who knew Japanese? Sounds harder to go if you don't know any of the language. I took some courses on Japanese myself, and I practiced with my girlfriend. We used a lot of Google Translate. Everything in Japan is, at least in the major cities, has bilingual instructions. So they have it in Japanese and English. But with my very basic Japanese, I was able to get pretty far. You can hear it a couple of times in the video too. I think I say something like ni chocolate kudasai, which I was referring to the chocolate pancakes. I would say if you're going to go to Japan, do not be intimidated. It is not. They're a very friendly culture. They're willing to help you. And don't stress out. Google Maps is your friend, as well as learning the economy, like learning numbers. Learn like your first 10 numbers, and then like how to add upon that. Learn how to convert the money from US dollars or wherever you live to yen. Learn the conversion table, learn the math, and you can kind of make do with that. But I'm constantly learning Japanese. I'm constantly boning up on it through anime. That makes me an expert, right? But oh shit! Look at all these secrets. All right, dude, this is great. We'll save state there. But yeah, don't feel intimidated. Don't talk yourself out of it. Like if it looks cool to you, make it happen. Because there's a million ways to talk yourself out of doing something you love. Saying like, "Oh, I'm never gonna get there. I'm never gonna learn." Just do it, okay? Just do it, and regret it later if it didn't go well. But don't live in regret of not doing it. Because it was the best vacation I've ever been on in my life. Want to go again? It's one of my motivating factors to get out of this whole pandemic snafu is to go back. Stay positive and go back. But you'll also find other tourists are there too, and they stick out like a sore thumb. Like you'll know who's a tourist whenever you've signed up to go to a different establishment. You can run into other Americans or other people from across the world or wherever you live. You don't feel alone. And as I said, the Japanese people are very understanding. They love tourists because that's a very big part of their economy. They want to be welcoming. And a big way they do that is just they have bilingual directions. And anytime I felt lost, there'd be somebody that would introduce themselves and show me around. And as I said, I never felt like a foreigner over there, which was pretty cool. And I'd recommend it. Highly recommend it. Don't second guess yourself. You can do it. Grapho says the Sonic movie was great. A real surprise. Also, the last movie I watched on cinema. The only bad part is that came 20 years late. Yeah, they kind of missed that initial wave, but at the same time, 20 years ago from it would have been like Super Mario Brothers territory, Mortal Kombat the movie, and I feel Sonic is better represented in a 3D context. Like he's better for the Pixar treatment than like Mario would be. Like you can get away with doing a Mario live action movie, even though he's getting an animated one. But I feel like Sonic is designed for an animated context. And unless they did something like the cartoon with Jael White, that might have been more of a straight to VHS affair instead of a full-blown production. So, hey, I also want to point out something. When I was at the theater, the first thing that happened when I saw the Sonic movie is they showed like a big Sega logo in all the games. And one of the things I saw in there was Yakuza. So that was the first thing that made me smile was they showed off some Yakuza just for no reason at the very beginning. This is the princess. We're supposed to save the princess. But we gotta fight the robot. This is some Dr. Wily shit here. What is going on here? Oh my god. Am I supposed to hit that blinky thing? Oh god. This is gonna be a hard fight. I gotta say, I do like Bonk. There was some areas that I would have done things a little differently, primarily the Triceratops zone. But ultimately, I think it's a solid title for the TurboGrafx. It's a shame that like his legacy died on the PS3. I think it was Hudson Soft was bought out by a company, and they had a Bonk game in development. It's actually done, and if you have a modified PS3, you can play it. But I think that's the extent of his legacy, unless he got a new game with the new console thing. But Bonk's a pretty good mascot character. He's also on the NES too. That's a strange thing to think about there. Like, he's got a game on the NES as well as being a mascot for a different system, but I guess all they cared about was just getting as much money as possible. The NES Bonk is not as colorful and complex, I would say. The Flintstones games are better. What is this? I think this is who I'm supposed to rescue. I am Princess Za from Moonland. Oh, so she's also Japanese, huh? My people had been brainwashed. Help me get back to Moonland. All right. Let's take her back. I guess it's not over. I thought that we were entering final boss territory. Yeah, the Triceratops zone was the worst. Konami specifically, they got bought up by Konami. Oh, so it's a dead franchise, is what you're saying. Oops. God, I'm sick of having that argument. Every month, I have that same argument with somebody. Like, oh, Konami, did you hear they copyrighted this thing? Or did you hear that former producer of this game you love did this? And that's... Therefore, it's coming back and Konami's going to have a redemption arc? It's never going to happen. If there's one thing I'm certain about, is Konami's always going to pick the worst thing they could possibly do for goodwill. For the goodwill of gamers. They don't care. They're shameless in it, I would say. They're very shameless. We're going to fight King Drool. That's who that silhouette guy is. Whoa. Well, I got her back to the moon, I think. Mission accomplished. Hold on, I gotta get back to the quick menu. You guys can see my collection here. I got Curse Mountain and Muramasa up on my Wii emulator, and they run great. All right, save state. Bonk patchy slots, yeah. Yeah, because of the 2011 disaster, the Fukushima reactor. Yeah. It's funny to think, I keep going back to how that impacted a lot of video games at the time. Like, it impacted the Yakuza series, it impacted the Disaster Report series. I'm sure it impacted Bonk and other things too. But I keep going back to that. I'm like, wow, that's another thing you got to consider is like why games die. Just random acts of God, random acts of nature come in and just, that's all she wrote. The reason why we'll never get another Illbleed or Blue Stinger is because the creator just had a random heart attack at 34 years old. Young guy. Just boom. That could not be the end. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Now things are getting real. He's no longer... This is not his final form. King Drool is his name. Jeez, man. Those sprites are huge. Homing tridents. Okay, I wouldn't call this Splatterhouse territory of unfair, but this is pretty BS. I got 3 of these tridents. And that his like hitbox is humongous. Humongous. God dang it. Consarn it. Oh god. It's ogre. It's all ogre now. Alright, good thing I saved that state. I got a better understanding. So his ghost form isn't all that bad. But I bet there's got to be a secret here. They can't just put me in a situation where there's no hearts or lives and say, here's the last boss. There's always secrets. I'm just checking to make sure I'm not leaving anything behind. Hudson Soft they're one of those companies that don't make it obvious where all the power-ups are. Like, you're just bonking the air most of the time. Adventure Island does that too, like with the hidden eggs. Now, am I supposed to bonk off the fireballs or something and then hit him? I just want to know, like, what's the safe zone to hit this dude? Oh, shit. Whatever. Oof. Yeah, Bonk's hitboxes are strange because the top of his head acts as a hit. So, like, if you're able to strike an enemy with the top of Bonk's head as he's in an upward, like, mobility, like through a jump or something, I would say 50% of the time it lands a strike. But maybe there's some more logic behind it that I'm just not considering. But when I hit that King Drool guy, like, I get attacked too. So I'm thinking I have to, like, bonk off of these things and then just land on his nose. But that seems so inefficient compared. Maybe I just got to hit his crown one time. Okay, well, we got him. I'm going to do one of these conservative save states. Oh, shit. That was probably not a good idea. We made it. That's probably a better place. There we go. I just don't want to end up in a Splatterhouse situation where I was miserable with one hitbox or one hit point and enemies with ridiculous hitboxes there. God, they can attack you from all angles too and group you up. All right. Settle down. Get out of here. Is there no safe spot for King Drool? His thwomp-like characteristics? All right, this is it. Wake up, Bonk. Just spam him. God dang. And then those things get in the way. Whoa! The kind of movements like that it wants you to make are a little ridiculous in this context. Like, if I had something to bounce off of on the side or a pillar to climb, to like the other boss fights where you had like teeth to jump on and then jump at him. But now they want you to like go on these moving platforms here. It's a little unforgiving. And then he's just so big, there's no running for cover. Seems like every time I hit him, he hits me in return. So I might as well just do one of those hit frame spams there. Invincibility frame spams. What do they call that? Trading damage? I don't know all my speedrunner terminology, okay? Whoa! That got 4 to 5 hits on him. Okay. What? Okay, maybe I should do a quick little safety save. What do you think? He's flying off real quick, though. I'm able to trade a little bit of damage with him, though. Like 2 to 3 hits. Got him! Yatta! That's right. That's game. That's game. That was a cool stream. Nice. Back on Moonland. We're gonna kiss the lizard. This is like a Fallout New Vegas mod. We're going to have relations with that lizard moon creature. Love is in the air. They're not even trying to hide it. I get to go back to Moonland. Then they take him. Thank you so much. You set me free. I want to go back to the banana farm on Moonland. You gotta go back to the banana farm on Moonland. Alright. Thanks for saving Princess Za. Man, a few words. I didn't know these were all moon creatures. I thought they were terrestrial. We are in the prehistoric era, right there. Is Bonk gonna live on the moon now? Okay, that's right. You get that kiss. Oh shit! We're gonna turn into Mega Bonk. That's it. We got the whole cast rundown here. Credits roll. Oh man, very cool stream, says J Spot. If it wasn't already like 4 hours, oh my god. If it wasn't already 4 hours on this cool stream, maybe I'd play some Bonk too. I'll do it for $100. I'll play some Bonk too for that, but only that. I'm so late, bloody time zones. Hello, sir. Hey, Kidu. You can watch this. Cool stream playlist. You know the drill. I'll leave it up there. Capture Panic 98. How was there a trade? There was a trade? What am I missing here? Yeah, boy, says Delta. The banana farm on Moonland. That's where we were headed. What are we reading? We're reading the text of the credits. There's the cast list right there. Gary Geek. Egghead Errol. The Amigos. The Sambas. The Uvulas. Yeah, that's Roz Airback. Rozerback. I got it. Spikesaurus. Vulture. The Imps. Leochnus. What am I missing on that one? I don't get it. And T-Rex. Oh, they're called T-Rexes? Though they look like Triceratops skulls. Skins Skeleton. Red Riding Ape. Twinkle Toes? It doesn't even have toes. Google Eyes. Okay, I can see Google Eyes. Flora Springer. Florette Sprung. Okay. Venus Bonk Trap. That it? I felt there was somebody we're missing here. Huey. Ah, here come the big sprites. Nice stream. Thank you, Donut Sama. Was Bonk the proto-simp? He was the Cro-Magnon simp. We talk money. We talk cats. Dead hamsters. Vita. Bonus ASMR moment. You got it all here. I talked about the philosophy of YouTube content creation, the death of the author, my problems with explaining and over-explaining things, feeding the baby birds. Just chew up these high-level abstract concepts. Just chew up surrealism. I need you to chew it up for me and then regurgitate it into my maw. That's the secret. Kiru! Cheeky dono for my boy Hikiko. Thank you so much. I'll take that cheeky dono. Good dono. Thank you so much, Kiru. 15 Aussie bucks. Buy a lot of boomerangs with that. The Evil King Drool. Today was a good stream day. It felt good. Got nothing else going on right now. I'm in this like weird stage where I'm trying to figure out what game I should be playing. There's not a lot out brand new wise. Unless you want to play like Cyberpunk or something. The newest game I wanted to play was The Medium, and I already played it. So I'm kind of looking into the backlog at the moment. Trying to estimate what I'm going to work on. Bye-bye. That's a pretty cool screensaver. Like, maybe I should just take that. Put it as my cool stream background sometime. The end. I did like that. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I don't know if I got it in me to play some Bonk 2. Maybe I'll answer. We got if we want to round out this stream, I can do like 15 minutes of questions. We can do some questions, talk about a topic or something, and then I'll say goodbye. Then I'll say goodbye because I gotta go. I gotta go buy a chicken sandwich. I'll turn down that. You can watch some Bonk in the background there. It's been a good stream though. I could play the Neverhood. Can you really play the Neverhood? The whole Skull Monkeys and Neverhood games, I like the artwork, I like the humor, but I hate the gameplay. I feel the same way about Oddworld. I like the artwork, I like the story, I hate the gameplay. Does that make me a bad gamer? Does that make me amateur mode here? There's a lot of bizarre, like, I want to call them like 90s claymation, 90s like gross out artwork that's real, that I'm a fan of. Like, I like Earthworm Jim a lot. But sometimes like the game couldn't keep up with the artwork or the story or the concept the people had in their hand. Like Booger Man. Booger Man's one of those games. I could be playing like Brain Dead 13. How about that for a deep cut? Could be playing that. That's like a Dragon's Lair sort of game. Dragon's Lair really, I think, influenced a lot of modern survival horror, believe it or not. It made designers consider death animations as part of the feature. When I was playing Resident Evil 4, just appreciating how many death animations they included in that, I'm like, that takes me back to Dragon's Lair. Takes me back to like unique death animations and stuff. I love that. I could always be playing God Hand. I think the game designers wanted you to hate Neverhood. Like, I don't hate it. It's not my cup of tea. Like, it's something that I have to be in a very high tolerance kind of mood to play. Like Johnny Bazooka Tone. Nobody's going to be saying like, oh, Johnny Bazooka Tone's my favorite game of all time. And Mr. Bones' favorite game. Like, you got to be in a particular mood to play that and suffer a little bit to enjoy it. There are games like that, and I do play them on occasion. Like the 25th Ward comes to mind. Even Killer 7 to a certain degree. You have to put up with some BS in order to enjoy the bigger picture. Delta, have you thought about playing any indie games on stream? I've played some indie games in the past. I struggle to think of one off the top of my head, but yeah, I could play some indie games. If you have any suggestions, leave a comment on this stream, and down below I do read the comments, and I do check out recommendations. I may not always buy one immediately. Somebody was recommending me this game that was like PlayStation 1 focused. It was from the other stream. It was a PlayStation 1 focused or inspired game. It wasn't back in 1995. It was something else. I want to say it had yellow something. I'm not sure. Was it Yellow Sonic Super Cool something? I don't remember what it was called, but yeah, people recommend me some indie games. So if you like any, I've reviewed a bunch of indie games up on my channel. But typically what I really enjoy are C and D grade games, maybe B tier games, whatever you want to call them. But the old middleware games, like the third party experimental things that just fell under the radar, or dead franchises and the like. Most Suda games need to be in the right mood kind of game. Yeah, you really gotta be in the right mood for some of them. I think that's like why his games aren't always reviewed the best or get the highest grades, because a lot of game reviewers, they're at the point like where they've lost all the tolerance, they've lost all their patience for things. They don't like slow burns. They don't like ironic things that are somewhat like a parody of modern video game conventions. They just got no sense of humor, and they got no time for that. They just want to get their reviews out. So yeah, you got to have like the time, and you got to have a certain atmosphere, certain kind of mindset going into Suda's games. There's something that I only recommend to friends that I know would understand. They're not something like I would recommend to just some off the street gamer, just like a casual gamer. They're definitely not for the casual crowd. Play Steven Universe. Great Paper Mario game. What? Those two things shouldn't be in the same sentence. Anything made by Puppet Combo. I do like Puppet Combo, but Puppet Combo's games are designed for... They're like stream bait games. They're good like... You guys ever heard of like a 24-hour guerrilla film fest, right? Puppet Combo games feel... They have that spirit where it feels like a guerrilla game design, right? They go with like one concept, and usually it's jump scare focused, and they make it feel like it's a B movie, like an old VHS horror movie. And there's some charm to that, but I wouldn't necessarily call them good games. I would say like it's the atmosphere, it's the homage to the old slasher genre, that sort of thing that sells their product. They're more like an art piece than they are a game themselves. You know, there's not much game there. And I think in that also kind of cheapens what it tries to set out to do. Like, I don't mind bad graphics. I don't mind VHS filters and jump scares every once in a while. But if there was like some more meat to that game, I think it would be really good. Like, I'm thinking about like, what is it, like Power Drill Massacre? That sort of thing. I know what you're talking about, though. They are good in the aesthetic sense. That's why I've been suggesting the Sniper 2. I have the Sniper 2 installed on my PlayStation 2 Classic. I got to get around to it eventually. I'm not sure if it's already been covered out the ass, though. A lot of them have. A lot of the worst ones have. And not the good Simple series. I try and like... My thing is, when I set out to make a video, I want to actually enjoy the game I'm playing. I don't want to just feel like dying, okay? The Simple series I showed off have something unique about them that make them stand apart from the rest of the crowd and are also fun to a certain degree. Even Yakuza Fury, I would argue, is there. But I'll have to look into the Sniper 2 more before I comment. McGreedius is in here. Oh yeah, there's a Steven Universe game that plays like an early Paper Mario game. Are you kidding me? I just don't think I could get over the Steven Universe bit of it, okay? I just think that whole art style, that Cal Arts art style, is creatively bankrupt. And that's the nicest way I can say that. That is the nicest way I can say that. I just... Not a fan of it. I guess I like more old school Cartoon Network stuff. Delta says, I'd like to make an indie game with the PS2 OG Xbox graphics and limitations, but I don't think I have it in me to do it, and it wouldn't appeal to people since now people focus on PS1 like indies. When you start hitting the PS2 and Xbox genre, I would say like the things that I liked the most out of that era weren't necessarily like the best graphically speaking, or had something like Halo that was like a mainstream classic. Just like the core the core million sellers or whatever. It's the stuff like Katamari. That's like the first thing that jumps in my head. That it doesn't matter what system Katamari would have appeared on, it would have found success based on its unique concept and spirit. Like, it's successful in spite of being on the PS2. Like, it's successful in spite of having very basic graphics, right? It was the concept, it was the art, it was the bombastic soundtrack, and its complete embracement of being a weird Japanese style game with a very unique creator, Keita Takahashi. So I think like the platform itself doesn't necessarily matter. The limitations don't matter. Like that's an aesthetic choice. You can make things low polygonal or sprite based if you want. That's now an artistic choice instead of, I guess, a system choice, because there's been so many retro inspired games nowadays that have aped that bit, if you will, or played it into the ground, that I guess it's no longer like associated with just specifically NES. Like people are like, oh, it's a sprite based 2D platformer like Shovel Knight or something like that. I wouldn't call Shovel Knight an NES game. I wouldn't call it a Super Nintendo game. It's just a sprite game. In PS2, if you're going to do that, you'd have to turn off anti-aliasing. You'd have to bring in the draw distance, make cloudier fields of view, and deliberately make the design look aesthetically unappealing when it didn't need to be. All right, so that, if that makes sense, like you're trying to impose limitations, which can be a creative exercise in itself. Like I'm making an 8-bit game that's a platformer, so you have focus in the beginning. You know, like the palette limitations, how many colors you can have on screen, how many sprites you can have on screen. You know that you're not dealing with 3 dimensions, so that's a good limitation to build off of. But I think the most important thing is what's the unique thing you're doing with the concept above all else. And there's a lot of people that dream up. There's a lot of dreamers out there, a lot of ideas guys, but there's also programmers that come into the situation, and programmers take abstraction and make them practical, right? And Jonathan Blow has like a really, really good talk on this. I wish I had the particular video title in mind. But he says that ideas guys are a dime a dozen. They exist in every field. Everyone's got a big idea for a game. But they're not logistics people. They don't know how much time this certain thing's going to take. They don't know what their programming budget is, like for their platform they're working on. Sometimes they get too ambitious, have to start cutting in the middle of the game. A lot of the games I cover just have like massive sweeping cuts in there, and their ideas can't keep up with the budget. So I don't know what the major point I was trying to deliver here beyond saying that limitations can be a good thing and it's healthy. Start small. And just get one concept right. Okay, get one concept right, and don't try and do it all. Don't try and like have 1,000,001 like skill tree, in-depth, dialogue-focused, driven RPG, open world kind of thing. You know, start small. Just make one small shitty game. Make a whole bunch of small WarioWare styled games. Like WarioWare is probably one of the most brilliant concepts for ideas guys ever, because like what was it? No, it was like Nintendo R&D, their R&D team. If Kirk was here, he'd correct me here. But having all those like young people come in and make these small games and these concepts, it's like you've got to make a game that lasts for no longer than 3 seconds, you know? And then like Nintendo coming out and making WarioWare DIY and letting kids practice with programming. Like, buy yourself WarioWare DIY, make a bunch of small, shitty, like 5-frame games, okay? If you can get your concept out in 5 frames, now try it in 10. Now try it in 30. Now, like, build it up there. Like, start building off of that. Get some momentum behind it. I'm telling you this as not a programmer, okay? Just as an ideas guy, as a guy that plays a lot of games, okay? Just start small. And that's what I did with the channel. I went in reverse. I started too big, and I need to go back to small and simple. 12 eel deals in here. I like PS2 aesthetic games. Clock Tower 3. Yeah, good one. Shadow the Destiny, Lifeline, Dead Aim. Those were somehow more PS2 than other more popular games. PS2 was the most diverse library of titles I've ever played in my life. That's why I have like 1,000 next to me. You could get anything you could dream of probably existed on the PS2 at one point. Every high concept weird thing, the PS2 was home to that. And like I've mentioned this before, but when I was a kid, it was like in high school working at GameStop and stuff, it was like every month there was 3 really unique games coming out. 3 or 4. Solid RPGs, Metal Gears, Katamari's, survival horror games, high concept games like Lifeline where you use microphones to control your protagonist. Bizarre stuff. Even more so if you lived in Japan. So I have a big respect for that. The Switch is kind of like that right now. If you want the most unique games, probably go on the Switch. But I wish Nintendo would be leading that charge. Nintendo like releases so few games nowadays. Like they only go for AAA stuff. They stick to their Marios and their Zeldas when there still isn't a WarioWare game. There is no Wario game on the Switch, and that's alarming. This late into life, I need me a party game, a good party game to bring back. Like after everyone's vaccinated, I want to be sitting on my ass playing some WarioWare with some friends and doing something silly. Nintendo needs to like get back into like getting away from, I don't know, more mainstream stuff and get some of their B-level and C-level franchises another chance. And the Metroid, if that ever comes out. Jeez. Bayonetta 3. Caption says, in terms of PS2 era games, Love to Lick directed ones are the only ones that stand the test of time in terms of art style. Love to Lick had some great games. They've got, what is that caveman game? Though I've got it over there. They had that caveman game. They had a few others that they worked on, like Tulip and Rule of Rose. I would say they definitely stand the test of time, but I wouldn't say you're limited to just Love to Lick games. A lot of Konami games. Almost anything made by Konami holds up pretty well because they had some of the best environmental designers in the field. They had like Metal Gear. Like I was playing Metal Gear 2 the other day, and just the level of interactivity you can have in the game world is something that just is sorely missing today. Silent Hill, same thing. Like Silent Hill is like one of those situations like where you're walking through a museum, a house of horrors, and then everything around you has some like level of abstraction or something unique to the room that you occupy. And I don't think that what was it called? The Medium captured that spirit all that well. But there's like, of course, the Team Ico games as well. Ico, Shadow, come on. I still think those hold up. I think the original Ico, the Blue Point remaster was good because it was based on the PAL one, but the PAL Ico holds up, and the original Shadow of the Colossus I think handles better than the remake and the remaster. I think it holds up better because it doesn't have all these glitches in there that impede the original vision. What else could I recommend on PS2? I'm looking at like the Persona series. They hold up well despite their low polygon aesthetic. Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner and Nocturne. All the RPGs, like Radiata Stories, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Radiata Stories is still good looking. Suikoden 3 through 5. I don't know. I could have you here all day. I'm not gonna do that though. Did I play Crimson Tears on the PS2? It feels like a simple series game. Yeah, Crimson Tears is like more roguelike dungeon stuff, but yeah, it's very simple in its design. Oakland says people shit on Yoshihiro Sakamoto for Other M, but WarioWare was his baby. Dude, I love WarioWare. 10 out of 10 game. 12 Deal says, I think most people will associate the PS2 with water and beaches and games. Yeah! Yeah, hold on. Did somebody say water and beaches? Ha 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 ha. Okay. I got a soft spot for Final Fantasy X. I'm not going to tell it on this stream, but I got a really good story about Final Fantasy X. I may have told it on another stream, but my friend Mark got me this Titus. Yeah, there is that graphic going around right now about the PS2 with like beaches and tropical areas. Yeah, it had a lot of great games with that. Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy X. Shit. To a certain extent, Chrono Cross, but that was PS1. Yeah, they had a lot of bright, colorful areas. The PS3, I'm hard pressed to think of too many colorful games, and the 360 also suffered from that. Like you don't see too many bright, high contrast styles or tropical island getaways and things like that. Like I remember I guess I associate the PS3 a lot with the drab, muted colors of Metal Gear 4. Always come to mind. Weird, grim, darky games like Lair and things like that. Like PS2 or PS3 removed itself from color, and I feel PS4 kind of made up for it. Like it had a lot of colorful games like Gravity Rush that made up for it, but PS3 360 just had so many of those grim, muted games, and I wasn't used to that. I certainly wasn't used to that. All right. Shaolin Monks holds out as really well, even out. Yeah, Shaolin Monks is fucking badass, man. I played that with a friend. We went through co-op Kung Lao Liu Kang style. The last boss with Shao Kahn, like where you just throw the skull at him, was so stupid though. So stupid. Delta says, so would you say that the best approach would be to study more in depth about PS2 OG Xbox era of games before trying to do an indie-inspired game? I mean, yeah, you definitely want to have a frame of reference. You want to know what you're trying to capture for sure. But I would say go further back than that. Because like the PS2 generation, they were building the momentum for game design was like at an all-time high. You had the fundamentals coming through with more cinematic experiences. Like the PS2 is also kind of guilty of having too many FMVs. Like if you fucking play Xenosaga, be prepared to dedicate a whole week to just cutscenes alone. Okay? I think they got like over enthusiastic for the storytelling side, and the gameplay suffered. And I wasn't a fan of that aspect. And I think if you go back and look at simple game design, go back to the 8-bit era, the 16-bit era, and see what you can create with just 2 buttons and a directional pad, okay? Just 2 buttons. What can you achieve with 2 buttons before you start incorporating 8, you know? And I think a lot of games can feel bloated because there's unnecessary mechanics shoehorned in, and story where it really doesn't need to be. story gets in a way. I said this in my Medium review, but story often gets in the way of the gameplay and the atmosphere you're trying to build. And I think less is more in that regard. Like, so just go in, make a concept, get a game mechanic that you want to achieve, right? And it can be something that's already been done. I got a 2D game. I want to just create Jumpman hops on guy. And then you can like kind of build upon that framework, but get the basics down is what I would recommend. I am not a programmer. I'm not a game designer, but I think the projects that I've seen succeed the most oftentimes have the simplest concepts in that realm, in the indie realm. And don't overcomplicate things. Capture Panic, I get why I'm just think that Love to Lick games hold up the best compared to other games for the PS1 current day. I mean, they're great games for sure. I like Moon, the Moon remake, even with its graphical limitations and stuff, was still pretty good. And the sense of humor definitely carries through. But I wouldn't say that it's an exclusive feature of Love to Lick, if that makes sense. 12-wheel deal. Okay, we'll do 2 more and then I'm out because I'm almost at 5 hours. You guys kept me here all day. By the way, you coming in here? That's right. You can't get something for nothing. You can't get something for nothing. I gotta get that thumb in there. I've been going for 5 hours. I think I'm worth a thumb. Give me a thumb. All right. Yes, keep it simple, stupid. And that's in anything, dude. That's in anything. Like, I'll tell you, as part of, when I went to college, a lot of people go in with this mindset of trying to impress their professors, right? And there's some value in that. There is some value in being likable and being the student that your professor looks forward to having in class. It's a hard balance to strike. You don't want to just have your hand up like, me, over here. You know, trying to get their attention and interrupt things all the time. There is some value in that. But at the same time, you also have to consider that the professors have often seen it all before. Your audience has seen your concepts before, right? They like a unique perspective on something. They want to hear a breath of fresh air in your essays, in your homework assignments, right? Something that engages them, right? Oftentimes it's your thesis statement. You can summarize your concept in 1 or 2 lines, an elevator pitch, if you will, of what you're setting out to do. That has to be clear from the get-go. You can't have this abstract, like, I want this game to be like the Vectrex. I want it to be Vectrex and styled, vector graphics only, in the vein of WizWar, this really obscure game WizWar that your audience would not be familiar with, okay? You want to keep it relatable in some way. So, okay, it's Mario inspired. It's a Mario inspired platform game. You hop around. So now your professor can get on board. Okay, like, I know this framework, I know this thesis, but what's unique about it? But this Mario is actually the bad guy. Okay, he's actually an obese version of Mario who's really greedy, and he's got a sharp mustache, and he loves garlic. Whoa! I know Mario, but we're an inverse Mario now. What would you call that inverse Mario? Wario. He is a bad Mario. Okay. And then I think some of the greatest designs come off that. It's like this thing, but I've put my own coat of paint on it, okay? 12-wheel deal. Thank you so much for the super chat, $5. Here's the first donation in the Bring the Simple series back train. Simple series is still a current operation, okay? It may be more current pretty soon because I'm kind of in a game drought. There's not a lot of good new stuff out. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's just not a lot of good games out right now. Up until about March, April, is when some of the good stuff starts coming out. In summertime, Resident Evil 8. Okay? 8 is my most anticipated game. So I'll be talking about that for sure. Simple series though. 12 wheel deal. Thank you for the super chat. That is in my heart. Let's see. 12 wheel deal says, my dude, that was a great summer. The year Final Fantasy X dropped. Skateboarding to my friend's house after school every day to play it. Yeah, man, good memories. I definitely remember the year Final Fantasy X came out. It was a weird time in my life for sure. And Grapho's in here. Goes to everything with music. I made the mistake of starting with the biggest thing I could do and then wasted years trying to achieve it instead of making smaller stuff and eventually doing it. That's what I'm going through right now, Grapho. I'm going through it with my channel. The first thing I ever made was like an hour-long retrospective on Threads of Fate, and it was way too long and bloated, and it didn't, I don't know. I'm not super proud of it. I'm happy that I made it because it was like a first thing, but all throughout last year, I was like making these hour-and-a-half long retrospectives, which I'm proud of. Like, they're pretty good for the amount of work I put in. Like, I'm happy with them, but it's almost like I've forgotten how to taper that down to make smaller experiences. As we're on hour 5 of this stream, if you didn't know, but sometimes like putting a lid on something and making it small and digestible, because I think the people that are here, like in the chat, subscribe to the channel, supporting me on Patreon and stuff, they know that I'm making a real effort, and they're gonna watch whatever pretty much I put out and give it a chance. So I guess I don't have to always make long ass documentaries. And I think that sometimes during a documentary, there's a lot of things that are just nice to have in there. They're not necessary to tell a story, and can come off as padding in a way. And I think brevity is a lost art form in some respects, at least for me. So I'm working on that myself, making it smaller, concise, chop it up, and let new people come in. So 2021 is about opening the gates, like, hey, welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoy your stay. We're going to have some wild rides and odd stories and stuff like that. And then like building up a community as we go along. So I'm excited. Like, things are going pretty well. I'm closing in on 6,000 subs. Can't be mad at that. And shorter videos are part of that for right now. Balan Wonderland looking interesting, really. I've heard the opposite, but I'm willing to try out the demo. Easy Muffin, what about Nier Replicant? Of course Nier Replicant. I'm more of a Nier Gestalt guy myself. Papa Nier forever. So I'm hoping Yoko Taro has some surprises in his sleeve. He always does. And there's also that Nier mobile game that's coming out soon too. Reincarnation, I think. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that big time. I'm getting it I can get it for the Xbox One or the PS4. And I'm thinking I'm leaning towards PS4. But at the same time, I already have the Series X hooked up right here. I could just, boom, get it and play. And Nier played better on the 360 for sure. So I got that. Not that it's going to make any difference, but the 360 version of the first Nier, way better. Way better. Nero Smith, only 6K in my mind. This channel had at least 40K. Actually, I had 40K. But I lost about 34,000. There was an incident. There was an incident, and then I lost some pictures of mine got out on the internet. some compromising photos of Hikiko got out on the internet, and I lost a lot of subscribers. But it's okay. That's in the past. That's in the past now. People accept me for who I am. Oh shit. All right, I gotta get out of here. I'm getting stream drunk right now. I'm at that point of the stream where I'm so exhausted that I'm getting loopy. All right. Thank you guys for showing up. Thanks for the super chats tonight. You can always join as a member of this channel. There's a join button. You get special emotes. You get a special badge next to your name. It levels up. I designed the emotes. I'm adding more, actually, because we just leveled up again. So those will be coming out soon. And next video will be out in a couple of weeks. I don't want to rush something out for no reason, but there's an interesting topic I want to talk about. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Hikiko's Catalina Gate. Yeah. We have fun here. But yeah, I'm really... Thanks for the stream, and good night, Mr. Greediest. Thanks for hanging out in there, guys. This will be on the Cool Stream playlist. I'm going to leave it unlisted for now. Primarily because I want the attention to go towards my last video there. It's doing okay, but the weird thing is, like, I made a video on a recent game, and this is the dilemma that I face. When I make a review on a recent game, people don't want to watch it because they're afraid that it's spoiled. It's going to be spoiled. And I don't go into a video attempting to spoil anything. But at the same time, people ask me, should I play this or not? Like, they'll come in and just not watch the video and ask me if I should play it. So I don't even know. I don't know what to do as a creator. Like, my hands are tied. Just watch or don't watch. See ya. All right, goodbye. Get yourself Major Melon. Major Melon, I recommend it. Boss Coffee, Nitro Infused, I recommend it. Those are your recommendations. Also, Stream Snack, Temptations, Catnip Blend right there. Only the best here.